Great. The I-10 and I-55 exit ramps are open in LaPlace. Those were flooded for several days after Hurricane Ida made landfall. Highway 51 is still closed north of LaPlace. We do have an update coming in at 5, so I'll give you guys a bit of an update to see if this area is open, but there was some standing water still as of early this morning. LA 445, unfortunately, near Ponchatoula does still remain closed from rising water from the Tangipahoa River until further notice.
Thank you, April. We want to begin this morning with a few updates as the region continues to recover from Hurricane Ida. The State Department of Health announced 11 more storm-related deaths, bringing the total to 26. They say 9 out of 11 are due to extended power outages. Most of the New Orleans senior living facilities that had to be evacuated and closed after Hurricane Ida are clear to reopen. As Mike McDaniel explains, those facilities were inspected, shining a light on existing problems as the city works to get seniors back in their homes.
After being evacuated last week from their homes, about 600 seniors will slowly be brought back to their senior living facilities in New Orleans.
We're going to make our timeline to get them back as soon as possible as well, again, based on livability of the facility that they were in.
They were taken to emergency shelters in North Louisiana in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida because of unsafe conditions inside their privately ran facilities. 5 people died. 9 properties were forced to close, leading to thorough inspections from the city.
We were looking for things that either were or could become problems to either life safety or quality of life.
Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Peter Bowen says inspections revealed more issues, like deferred maintenance and work done without permits.
The first site we went to, the pump room door had been painted shut. You know, the fire prevention officer that was with us, you know, when he tried to pull it open, the door handle ripped off. You know, clearly no one's been in there.
There were also issues with resident room windows painted shut. Bowen says as of Wednesday afternoon, 8 of the 9 facilities were cleared to reopen, and the city will act on all code violations.
First priority, making sure folks can come home safely, but it is absolutely a top priority to hold people accountable and to make sure that folks are maintaining their building for all of our residents.
City leaders say part of the chaos in getting seniors evacuated stemmed from management not being on site and having no way to reach them. Not wanting to go through that again, Mayor LaToya Cantrell wants a citywide rental registry.
It is just really for us to have information so that when we get reports that come directly to us, that we know who the ownership is and can respond, you know, in a timely manner.
As city leaders work to bring seniors home, the hope is they return to a place better than how they left it. Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
Well, after being evacuated last week from their homes, about 600 seniors will slowly be brought back to their senior living facilities in New Orleans. And we'll, of course, be talking about that later on in the show. 23 other senior living facilities are being inspected. They weren't forced to close, but the city wants to make sure there are no existing problems that might show up in the future. Now to an update from Jefferson Parish. One of the bigger issues continues to be power outages. Right now, there are more than 48,000 people without power, but there are still a lot of crews out working to make sure that everyone gets power as soon as possible.
But we're getting on as many customers as possible. 3,000 here, 5,000 here, moving on to the next. We will stay behind and we will sweep and make sure that we try to catch everything we can as far as additional lingering outages. But some customers will have to wait for their power to be restored in order for us to keep up this pace. We will come back. No one is forgotten. We have records of where you are. We have records of the damages. Starting tomorrow, that pace will pick up to restore those lingering outages. I just want to reassure you, you're not any less important than any other customer. We have not forgotten you, but in order to get the customers, all of you, on at this record pace, we must concentrate on the largest number of customers with the least amount of damage and do that first. Otherwise, there is no way we can meet this goal. It just is not possible.
And just a reminder, Jefferson Parish Transit is still offering free bus service, but the hours are more limited than usual. Buses are running on 6 routes with some in Metairie, Kenner, Avondale, Lapelco, and near the Huey P. Long Bridge. Services are from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day. For a full schedule of the bus routes, go to our website, WWLTV.com. In Homa, power companies have finished assessing the damage and are now moving to restore electricity to places that can get it. There are bent and broken power lines on just about every street, so the linemen and bucket trucks have a tremendous amount of work to do to bring that power back. In West Homa, Lesquan Longmire's house was destroyed by Ida. It's been in his family for generations. He managed to salvage what he could, but now comes the question of if he can even rebuild.
My porch, it was all fell down. The inside of the house collapsed. So that's my kitchen and another room. It's a 5-bedroom house upstairs. So kitchen, cabinets, everything is gone from the roof down. All I thought about was the memories I had in the house. My house will never look the same. It'll never be the same. My whole block will never be the same. My whole neighborhood will never be the same, you know.
Of all of the things that Longmire lost, he did manage to save his father's ashes. They were untouched by the storm. When Hurricane Ida slammed into Louisiana coast, the storm went right over the Pointe-au-Chien indigenous community, leaving behind unprecedented damage. The chairman of the tribe says only 10% of the homes are still livable. The rest will have to be demolished. Another tribe member, Bryce Billiot, said has called the area home for more than 70 years. He says he's never witnessed this kind of destruction.
It hurt. I never seen nothing like that, and I mean, I was one of the lucky one. You know, my house still all right, but when I see everything else what happened, I mean, it's bad.
While the damage is widespread, there are volunteers ready to help. On Tuesday, the group Glass Half Full organized a group of 75 people to deliver supplies to help people clean up. And there is a GoFundMe. Just search Pointe-au-Chien Ida Relief. Crews were out on the Claiborne Bridge connecting the city's upper and lower 9th Ward, making repairs after the lift bridge malfunctioned last night, causing 2 cars to fall 4.5 feet. It happened around 11 Tuesday night. One person was taken to the hospital, and it was closed for a couple of hours Wednesday for maintenance. The bridge falls under the care of the State Department of Transportation. A spokesperson says it's under investigation and workers are trying to figure out what caused it. This isn't the first time the bridge malfunctioned. Back in 2008, a police officer died after driving onto the bridge at night and then falling into the canal because the bridge was lifted. Safety lights and barriers weren't operating at the time. And here's a sign that things are getting back to normal. The curfew has been lifted in New Orleans. With power restored to more neighborhoods, Mayor Latoya Cantrell dropped that curfew. She did note that police will still be patrolling the areas where power is out and that starting at 7 a.m., New Orleans City Hall will be open for business hours. And now that power has been restored to the French Quarter, restaurants are anxious to open their doors, but unfortunately they won't have many tourists to serve. At Café du Monde, usually there are multiple lines around the block. Now you can walk right up to the counter. Several business owners we talked to say they were quick to put out their open signs as a sign of perseverance.
It's a sense of normalcy because you're getting back to doing what you do.
It's been lovely. I'm not saying it's not difficult. It gives you a lot of hope for the future.
The city's Office of Business and External Services is now asking residents and business owners to remove any plywood or other window coverings installed for hurricane prep from their homes and buildings. And with more people getting power, that means more businesses back open. You can find a detailed list on our website, WWLTV.com, under the Open NOLA headline. Governor John Bel Edwards has officially approved the Secretary of State's plan to postpone the elections this fall, citing damage to polling places and displaced poll workers. The primary election will now be Saturday, November 13th. The runoff will take place December 11th. This is the second year in a row Louisiana has exercised an emergency election plan. Last year, extended early voting and mail-in ballots were offered because of the pandemic. So that means there are a few new deadlines you need to know. If you want to register in person or by mail for the primary election, you have to do that by October 13th, and the deadline to register to vote online is October 23rd. For the runoff election, the deadline to register in person or by mail is November 10th, and the deadline to register to vote online is November 20th. Early voting for that election will take place November 27th through December 4th from 8:30 in the morning until 6 in the evening. It's 4:41 now. Coming up next, we'll have an update from St. Tammany's schools as to when they'll be reopening their doors to students. Plus, you can have a free hot meal this week courtesy of McDonald's. And we'll check back in with Peyton and an eye on the forecast. We have an update for parents and students in St. Tammany Parish. The district announced that classes will resume Monday, September 13th. Officials say they have evaluated the damage on each campus and determined they can reopen. All schools will follow a normal schedule. Well, many of us emptied and cleaned out our refrigerators during the power outages, and on Wednesday, Culture Aid NOLA teamed up with several organizations in City Park to fill those fridges back up. They handed out 70,000 pounds of fresh fruit and vegetables. If you weren't able to get out there, you can still get help from Culture Aid NOLA. If and when you need it, just head over to their website to find out how. And we're seeing more and more businesses giving away free meals across the area, including McDonald's. Yesterday, they gave away thousands of free meals to New Orleans residents impacted by Ida. If you're still in need of a hot meal, they will be out every day from 10 until 2 through Saturday at the location at 1918 North Broad. Peyton?
All right, 4:45 on your Thursday morning. Some good changes on the way today. We have a cold front that's going to be moving on through and some drier air behind that front. Now, not going to bring colder air, but yes, it's going to bring some relief from the humidity. Notice not a whole lot going on radar this morning. We do have some showers down along the Gulf, and that is about it, and expecting it to stay pretty quiet today. That's where the cold front is, sitting just to our north, now moving into parts of the Florida parishes, where dew points are still in the 70s all the way up to Macomb, but up in Jackson, 60-degree dew points. Same thing for Natchez and Monroe. So the drier air is up here. It's just going to take its time coming on in, and it'll take about the next 12 hours or so for it to really settle on in. So the front will move through this morning. That dry air lags behind a bit, but by this afternoon, the dry air moves in. It's here through tonight. It's here through your Friday, and it's here through your Saturday, and then by Sunday, the dry air is gone. So overall, we'll get at least 3 decent days of some nice weather. It is going to be hot during the afternoons, but the evenings, the overnight hours, and the mornings are going to be really nice. Look at your temperatures Friday morning. Low 60s on the North Shore. Still looks like 1 or 2 spots could probably touch about 59. Even the river and bayou parishes in the mid to low 60s. New Orleans Metro in the low 70s. So overall, it's going to be a nice start tomorrow morning, a nice cool overnight. Same thing Saturday morning. Friday night, Saturday morning will be another nice one, and some relief from the humidity. And then by Saturday evening, the moisture is making its return along with the rain chances on Sunday. So we are dry through Saturday. Sunday rain chances are back with moisture around. Same thing on Monday. And our rain chances as we go into Sunday and Monday are associated with a tropical wave. Yes, we're still in the peak of hurricane season. Quite a bit's going on out here. We have an area to watch off the east, off the coast of the continent of Africa out here. Not really worried about that right now. Mindy is a tropical depression sitting over southern Georgia, heading out into the Atlantic. Larry is still a Cat 2 heading to the north. And yes, we do have a new area we're watching. This is a tropical wave that's in the northwestern part of the Caribbean here. And you can see there is some moisture with it, some showers and thunderstorms, and it's heading off to the north or to the west-northwest. So it's going to be moving into parts of Honduras and Belize and the Yucatan area as we go into the next couple of days. So you can see there the chance of development right now is still pretty low. It's not going to do anything over the next couple of days. It's not until about Saturday and Sunday that it's down here in the far southwestern part of the Gulf of Mexico, and it has a 20% chance of development. Then the big question with this wave is going to be, well, does it actually move inland here and lose ability to develop, or does it stay a little bit further out here into the Gulf, lift up towards Texas, and that'll give it a little bit better chance of trying to organize into something. So certainly something we'll be keeping an eye on. Right now, not expected to blow up into much, but it does look like either way it's going to bring us some moisture. And right now what is steering it is this mid-level ridge that is extending into parts of the Gulf of Mexico. That'll get a bit stronger, it looks like, over the coming days. That will continue to steer that wave to the west, and then there will be a weakness on this side of the ridge, and that's what it's going to allow it to be pulled to the north. So perhaps up towards Texas by the Monday, Tuesday time frame. If it's strong enough, though, it'll never get to us. We'll just see some moisture from it. And it does look like we'll see some moisture from this tropical wave. So right now, here's what we got. Our cold front blowing on in this morning. We're going to get a lot of dry air over the next 3 days. There's the tropical wave. Notice a big old area of moisture with it. It'll be a pretty big area of it. That's going to lift up to the north, and that'll get to us on Sunday. It'll stick around on Monday and perhaps even into Tuesday. And some models do spin this up into maybe a depression or a storm, maybe they're into Mexico or perhaps Texas as we go into the Monday, Tuesday, and really the Tuesday time frame. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, but I do think that ridge is going to protect us, and really we're just going to get some moisture from it. So we're going to get some rainfall from whatever that ends up being. By the way, now that we have Mindy, our next name is Nicholas, and boy, we're getting far down on this list. and we are still in the heart of hurricane season. So we'll watch it for you, but enjoy the next 3 days. It is certainly going to be nice during the evening and overnight hours, cooler weather. The afternoons are still going to be pretty warm, but the drier air is going to make it feel a bit better. And then the moisture and the rain return on Sunday. April.
Yep, definitely still seeing a lot of rain. At least it's not raining right now, guys. We are accident and breakdown free region and metro-wide, but we do still have several road closures. Most of that is actually going to be region-wide versus metro-wide from Hurricane Ida. So I'll go over those with you guys. Highway 51, this area was open for about 2 days with standing water on the roadways. Officials deemed it to be not safe, so they closed it again north of LaPlace. You can take I-55 as an alternate route, and that's going to get you exactly where you need to be. The I-10 and I-55 exit ramps are open finally in LaPlace. I know a lot of people are finally coming back in from evacuating and wanting to know exactly how certain areas look, LaPlace being one of them, since we did have so much damage. Again, these ramps have been open now for a few days, so if you are commuting back to New Orleans or the Louisiana area, be mindful of that. LA 445, unfortunately, a lot of people take this area near Ponchatoula. It is still closed from rising water from the Tangipahoa River. Hopefully by Monday, we'll see some improvement with that, but it has been closed since Hurricane Ida made landfall. Still no changes as well along LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road. Unfortunately, there is still debris and water on the roadways in this area.
All right, thank you, April. It is 4:51 now. Still ahead, turning to TikTok, how a Louisiana TikToker is stepping up to help those impacted by Hurricane Ida. And hear from Saints linebacker Demario Davis as he shares his message of hope and recovery with Southeast Louisiana. River parishes like St. Charles are in desperate need of help and supplies, and they're getting a boost from strangers on social media, including a TikToker from Luling who has turned his platform into philanthropy. Devin Bartolotta explains.
There's no power, no drinkable water, and cell phone service is spotty here in St. Charles Parish. But if you ask Eric DeSoto, the connections here have never been stronger.
On every street of every neighborhood in St. Charles Parish, there are piles of personal effects, evidence of the lives upended by Hurricane Ida.
Just got blown down. It tore the back half of the roof off.
Eric DeSoto's house will have to be gutted.
All I can think about is like sofas where we used to watch TV as a family, beds where it was supposed to be like your resting place.
But DeSoto, or E-Rock as he's known on TikTok, has spent the last week helping those worse off.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You tell me if you need something and I'm bringing it to you. So people started messaging me, messaging other people in the neighborhood.
We first introduced you to E-Rock last November when he went viral for teaching TikTok some good old-fashioned Cajun French.
Hey, couillon.
He's now amassed more than 300,000 followers, virtual friends who became a real-life lifeline.
My phone blings and I got a PayPal. Then my phone blings again and I got a Venmo. And I told my wife, I was like, people are sending me money.
Couillon crew, coming through. Hey, couillon.
In the last 10 days, his Couillon crew has sent him more than $25,000 to help the people of St. Charles Parish. He drove a U-Haul of supplies back from Houston.
I absolutely cannot thank y'all enough for the generosity, the kind words.
Says he's handed out $100 Home Depot gift cards, tarped up roofs.
I'm tired. It's hot out here.
And become a supply hub for the neighborhood.
This is Mr. Guillory.
Hello, couillons. How y'all doing today?
He was having some generator troubles and his generator finally just crapped out.
A display of Louisiana love thanks to his following built on Louisiana culture.
I keep asking myself, like, why me? But then when I do help everybody else and I can raise all the money and all this stuff, then I realize it's not why me. It's like, why not me, right?
The harder question to answer, though, is when people ask why he chooses to stay here. For a family who came back to their damaged home already tarped up by friends, the answer has never been more obvious.
Because it is Louisiana. Because my house is destroyed. And I know that every single person that I know would be doing the same thing I'm doing. I just happen to have TikTok. That's all. That's the only difference. It's just entirely too powerful. I don't really want to leave.
DeSoto is teaming up with United Way St. Charles to coordinate bigger distributions, but is still collecting donations on his own. If you'd like to help, we have his PayPal and his Venmo information on our website, wwltv.com. In Luling, Devin Bartolotta, Eyewitness News.
That's so amazing. He's turned that in such a good effort. WWL-TV has partnered with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana and some Saints players to help raise funds and collect supplies for our neighbors in need. Last night, our Sharice Gibson had the chance to speak with linebacker Demario Davis to discuss why the team wanted to get involved and to share his message of hope with Southeast Louisiana. Here's what he had to say.
We're resilient people, and everybody that lives here understands that, and so there's no question, no doubt that we're going to recover from this, that we're going to rebuild from this. We just kind of have to work together, go through it, and we're going to see it to the other side. And so if it had to happen to anybody, there's no one more prepared and built for it than this community. And so we're going to be okay.
For a list of donatable items, you can scan the QR code on your screen or go to unitedwayscla.org/Ida Relief and stay tuned because we'll be live all morning with United Way talking about ways you can pitch in and help. Coming up at the top of our hour, Hurricane Ida shining a light on some of the issues for senior living facilities as hundreds of residents prepare to return home. Now at 5 o'clock, after being evacuated from their homes, hundreds of senior citizens will slowly be brought back to their living facilities in New Orleans. Area groups are providing supplies to those in need. I'll have a rundown of where today's distributions are taking place. And the state orders insurance companies to cover evacuation costs of policyholders. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the Eyewitness Morning News at 5 o'clock on this Thursday, September 9th. I'm Sheba Turk. We'll get to those top stories in just a minute. But first, we're heading over to local weather expert Peyton Malone, who actually has some good news for us weather-wise. Drier air on the way.
Drier air. You see that thing over my shoulder? You know what that's called?
A dry front.
We'll call it a dry front. I like that. It's not really a thing, but that's what it's going to do to us. It is technically a cold front, but it's not going to be cold. So you keep your boots in your closet, Sheba. No, I'm serious. It's not going to be cold. You're going to be surprised. It's still going to be hot, about 90 today, 88 tomorrow. But with the dry air, it's going to feel a lot better. So I know a lot of people are looking forward to this. It's probably the best news we've had in the weather world since the storm. And you can see their dew points are lagging behind the front a bit. The front's about here, but the drier air's 100 miles north of that, at least a dry air. So it'll take its time getting in here today. Starting off a little humid this morning. The afternoon and evening will be better. Still going to be warm, upper 80s to low 90s. But tonight is going to be pretty nice. So away from the lake, it is going to be a bit cool. We'll see the low 60s in most locations. The metro area will stay in the low 70s. So going to be comfortable tomorrow morning for most places. Lots of sunshine Friday afternoon, high of 88. Look at Saturday, still dry, low humidity, high of around 90. And then it all changes. The moisture's back and our rain chances are back. All thanks to a tropical wave that's going to be getting into the Gulf of Mexico by this weekend. So you can see that area we're watching here, and yes, it's very busy out here, but this is what we'll be keeping an eye on as we go into Sunday and Monday. This will be moving up into the southern Gulf, and while we don't expect any significant development right now, it could bring us some moisture by Sunday and going through early parts of next week. We'll talk much more in detail about that for you coming up in a bit. April.
Yeah, thank Peyton for that update. 5:02 this morning, and so accident and breakdown free region and metro-wide, but we have several areas that remain closed due to Hurricane Ida aftermath. I'll go over a few of those with y'all and will for the rest of the morning. LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road, unfortunately, does still have debris as well as water on the roadway, so that is closed until further notice, until crews can get that under control. LA 631 still not passable from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines. Hopefully by the end of the week we can get that situated. LA 23 is closed from Ironton to West Point Lahash from water on the roadway. So there's several areas. Most of those, as I mentioned before, are going to be region wide. We don't have too much going on in the metro area. We do so have several traffic lights that are out. So if you do see traffic lights that are either flashing or completely out, please treat the area as a four-way stop.
All right, thank you, April. Today, the city of New Orleans is expected to begin returning residents that were sent to a shelter out of town. That includes some senior citizens who were removed from their living facilities here in New Orleans. Asha Staples is following the story for us and is live outside of one of those living facilities with more. Asha.
Good morning. The seniors were asked to leave their privately ran facilities because of unsafe conditions ahead of Hurricane Ida. We later learned that 5 residents did pass away between those facilities that we've been reporting about since earlier this week. And as a result, 9 properties were forced to close as the city does a thorough inspection on all facilities. Deputy Administrative Officer Peter Bowen says inspections revealed more issues like deferred maintenance and work done without permits. There were also issues with resident room windows painted shut. Bowen says as of Wednesday afternoon, 8 of the 9 facilities were cleared to reopen, and the city will act on all code violations. As city leaders work to bring residents home, the hope is they'll return to a place better than how they left it.
The first site we went to, the pump room door had been painted shut. You know, the fire prevention officer that was with us, you know, when he tried to pull it open, the door handle ripped off. You know, clearly no one's been in there. First priority, making sure folks can come home safely, but it is absolutely a top priority to hold people accountable and to make sure that folks are maintaining their building for all of our residents.
And city leaders say a part of the chaos in getting seniors evacuated stemmed from management not being on site and having a way to reach them. Not wanting to go through this again, Mayor LaToya Cantrell says she wants a citywide rental registry. Live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
And we do hope those seniors get into better living conditions. Thank you very much, Asha. Hurricane Ida dealt a huge blow to so many people across southeast Louisiana, and that's why WWL-TV has partnered with the United Way to get storm victims the help they need. Carmen Chow is live in Arabi, where a big distribution event gets underway in a few hours. Carmen, tell us more.
Sheba, good morning. Today is day 2 of the United Way's efforts to help those affected by Hurricane Ida. So if you missed yesterday's events, you still have today and tomorrow. And if you'd like to help the victims, there are 3 ways you can do so. You can first give a gift to the United Way of Southeast Louisiana's Hurricane Ida Relief Fund. You can also volunteer your time to help neighbors by supplying giveaways and evacuation support. And lastly, donate. Any kind of materials, whether it's hygiene products or food, will make a huge difference since food is running low for these families. Now, if you're donating, here's what you should donate: water and sports drinks, baby formula, toiletries, and mitigation supplies like cleaning products, garbage bags, and tools. Now, the event begins at 10 a.m., so if you want to have first dibs on those supplies, your best bet is to come out here earlier and get in line before those supplies run low. I'm live in Arabi. Carmen Chow, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you so much, Carmen, and we'll have a lot more on this later on in the morning. In addition to donating water and other supplies to the United Way, the nonprofit is also accepting monetary donations. You can text the word GIVE to 504-529-4444. Later today in Chalmette, there will be a distribution of water and ready-to-eat meals. That's taking place at Nunez Community College beginning at 1 o'clock. And in addition to today's distribution, Nunez is letting the public visit their library to use computers and to recharge their devices. The library will be open from 9 until 3. In Tangipahoa Parish, the Missouri group Operation Barbecue Relief will be providing free meals at 2 locations. Lunch and dinner will be available at the Lowe's in Hammond and at the Tangi Academy. And in Hammond, the Red Cross will provide a free lunch at the Beacon Light of Hammond. Oh, the death toll from Hurricane Ida and its aftermath has climbed to 26. The state health department added 11 more deaths to its count. The majority of those new deaths were from people who died from excessive heat during a power outage. Health officials are warning people to be on the lookout for signs of heat stroke. They include an extremely high body temperature and an altered mental state or behavior, extreme sweating, nausea and vomiting, flushed skin, rapid breathing, a racing heartbeat, and a headache. If you see any of these signs, have someone call 911 for medical attention. All right, let's get back over to Peyton and check in on that forecast.
All right, for once have some good news in the forecast here. We're going to get about 3 good days of weather starting today. Tomorrow's going to be the best day, and then Saturday is the last day of it. Sunday, notice rain chances are back. So lower humidity will be moving in today. It's going to be a slow process, but you'll notice it by this evening into tonight, much drier. Friday morning, fantastic. Friday afternoon will be warm and dry. Saturday looking great. Sunday, not so great. We got rain back in the forecast along with humidity. And it is thanks to the tropics. Unfortunately, it is still active. We're in the peak of hurricane season. September, it's busy. Nothing out of the norm here, but Larry is still out there. Mindy formed yesterday. If you missed it, it was a tropical storm, made landfall in Florida yesterday evening. Now it's already in South Georgia as a depression. It'll be back out in the Atlantic pretty soon. We're going to be watching this area down here in the Caribbean. Now, there's not much to it right now. It's just a tropical wave. Tropical waves are normal. They happen every year. We on average have about 60 tropical waves we track. So most of them don't develop into anything significant, but some of them do, so we watch them. And you can see some moisture associated on the northern side of that tropical wave. It's going to be heading into parts of Honduras, Belize, and the Yucatan over the next couple of days. Now, by Saturday and Sunday, it will be in the southwestern Gulf here, extreme southwestern Gulf, and that's when it has a chance of maybe trying to spin up some. Some models do just take this and move it into Mexico, never really develops. Others keep it into the Gulf a little longer and lift it up to far southern Texas, and it does perhaps spin up into something. Right now, the steering currents for this would keep it away from the central Gulf Coast, so Louisiana, Mississippi. As you can see, this high pressure builds in, gets a bit stronger as we go into next week. There's that high, and that's what's going to steer this off to the west. But at some point, this is going to be running on the edge of that, and that's when it'll have a chance to maybe lift up to the north if it's over the Gulf. If it moves into Mexico and dissipates, then it never really gets far to the north in the Gulf here. But if it does ride in the Gulf, rides around that high, it could get up into southern Texas by about Tuesday. And some models do spin this up into perhaps a depression. So it is certainly something to watch. We're in the peak of hurricane season, but right now with that high pressure coming on in, it would be very difficult for us to see, a direct landfalling system in Louisiana. However, we will likely see some moisture from this, no doubt about it. This is going to have a pretty big area of moisture associated with that large tropical kind of pocket of moisture with the wave. That's going to be heading up to us. It could here by Saturday night and Sunday morning, and that's when our rain chances increase. But notice kind of the circulation, if it does try to develop, will be more so down here, could lift up into parts of southern Texas there by Tuesday. Possible. So certainly something to watch, but yeah, the moisture is going to be headed back and our rain chances will be back as well. If this does get a name, it's not a guarantee it does right now, but if it does, we'd be Nicholas, since we have Mindy. After Nicholas, Odette, Peter, Rose, Sam, Teresa, Victor, and Wanda. So we are already well through our list here. And I tell you what, if we make it to the alternative list, it's just unbelievable. But right now, we still have a ways to go. So Nicholas is our next name on our 2021 hurricane list. There's a 7-day forecast. Great weather today, tomorrow, Saturday. As I mentioned, tomorrow's going to be the best of it. Friday morning, so waking up, heading out the door tomorrow. Beautiful weather, low 60s away from the lake, and the metro will be in the low 70s, low humidity. It's going to feel amazing. I hope we can, those without AC can get a good night's rest for once, and you'll do that again on Saturday morning, but then by Sunday, the humidity is back along with the rain. April.
Yeah, definitely. We need a break for sure in regards to that. 5 at 10 this morning, so accident and breakdown free, but we do have several areas that remain closed, either from storm debris, down power lines, or water that's still pretty high that makes that area impassable. So if you're going to be traveling region-wide, mostly, we are seeing a lot of closures. So LA 23 is going to be one of those places. It is closed from Ironton to West Point Lahash from water, on the roadways. And honestly, that's been going on since last week when Hurricane Ida made landfall. LA 631 still not passable from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines. Hopefully we can see an improvement by Monday on that. LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road does still have debris and water on the roadway, so that is closed until further notice. And a lot of people take LA 445 near Ponchatoula. Unfortunately, it is still closed from rising water from the Tangipahoa River. Great news, we do have those off ramps that are finally open along I-10 and I-55 in Laplace. A lot of people are coming in from evacuating last week, and a lot of people want to make their way towards Laplace in particular. So I did want to give you guys an update on that. Highway 51 unfortunately still is closed. So this area was open for about 2 days. It had some standing water, so officials just closed it to make it a little bit safer for commuters. I-55 is going to be your best alternate route.
All right, thanks, April. The cost of evacuating, of course, add up quickly. Coming up, what the Louisiana Insurance Commissioner is doing to help you recover some of those expenses. And the Army Corps says the levees did exactly what they were built to do during Hurricane Ida, but hear how local leaders are still looking for ways the system can improve. A New Orleans East mother of 3 was the first person to get a blue tarp on her roof from a federal program for Ida survivors. Crews placed that blue tarp yesterday on the New Orleans East home of Candace Pep. It was done through the Operation Blue Roof program, which places the tarps on homes to protect them until permanent repairs can be made. More than 40,000 people have applied for the roofs. You can sign up for the program online at blueroof.us, or you can call 1-888-ROOF-BLUE, which is 1-888-766-3258. Many people evacuated ahead of Ida, and many thought they would be reimbursed for their expenses. Louisiana Insurance Commissioner Jim Donnellan has issued an order requiring insurers to pay for evacuation expenses like hotel stays. Several insurers voluntarily complied with Donnellan's initial request, but some, including State Farm, did not. So he filed that directive. Still, insurers can challenge the order, and Donnellan says evacuees will want to register with FEMA in the event insurers don't come through.
I am saying in my order, in directive, I have it right here, 218, that all of those actions, speeches, warnings, evacuation, mandatory or voluntary evacuations, are to be considered or to not be considered and to be waived as a requirement for additional living expenses or reimbursement of the cost of evacuation for what is, in almost all policies, the 14-day limited period of time.
Well, anyone who's facing expenses from Hurricane Ida that are not covered by insurance should apply for FEMA aid. You can call 800-621-3362 or visit disasterassistance.gov. All right, let's get over to Peyton and talk more about this drier air coming from that cold front.
Yep, it is on its way. We are looking at a fairly quiet start this morning. Is that me? We're looking at a fairly quiet start this morning with better weather through the afternoon, evening, and into the next couple of days. So we get quiet weather through at least Saturday here, but what we'll be looking at is that cold front moving on through. Now, this is not going to be a cold front. We'll be watching the drier air is really going to be the main story with it. You can see there some showers off the coast. That's about the story today. Not a whole lot of rain expected inland, and we might see 1 or 2 of those showers. But there's the front just to our north. Dew points behind that front are in the 60s, so it's going to be feeling a bit better. It's just going to take some time. It'll take about the next 12 hours for that dry air to really get all the way into our area. Dew points here, we're still in the 70s, so it is still a little muggy this morning, but improvements are on the way. There's the front moving through this morning. The dry air lagging behind a bit. All the brown you see there is the comfortable dry air moving on in, and it'll really settle on in tonight. And through your Friday, it's going to be pretty nice as well. So something to look forward to. This is going to be the best part, though. Waking up tomorrow morning, we're going to have temperatures in the low 60s away from the lake. So North Shore is going to be the coolest spot. As you get up towards Macomb, we might even get up to around 59. So nice cool start Friday morning. Here in the Bayou parishes, river parishes, even in the mid 60s. Low 60s in a few spots. The New Orleans metro, low 70s. So this will be a nice start Friday morning. And we'll get it again on Saturday morning, too. So we get at least 2 mornings of some nice cool weather. And then the moisture's back, the humidity's back, the muggies, whatever you want to call them. They're back for Sunday, and along with the rain chances. So we're dry through Saturday, but Sunday a 50% chance of rain, Monday a 50% chance of rain. And that's as some tropical moisture moves in with a tropical wave. Yep, we're talking about tropical wave here. Now, right now, the chance of development is pretty low. You can see just kind of a wide picture. Let me step off here. There's a lot going on. We got Tropical Depression Mindy, Tropical Storm Larry, Hurricane Larry. There is a tropical wave coming off the continent of Africa. It's way on out there, not worried about it. And then there's this new tropical wave in the Caribbean that's moving up towards the southwestern Gulf. Not much to it, but some showers and storms kind of on the northern side of that wave. This is heading northwest and kind of west-northwest towards the Yucatan, Belize, Honduras, and it'll be overland over the next couple of days. So not going to do anything in the near term. But by Saturday and Sunday, it will be in the southern Gulf here, and that's when it'll have a chance of trying to spin up. The chance of it doing so right now, pretty low. The wind shear is not going to be terrible. There's going to be, not a whole lot of dry air. But the big question right now is, does this just go into Mexico and dissipate, or does it curve a little bit to the north and head towards Texas? Either one of those are both possibilities right now, and that's why it has that chance of development. So dry air settles in through at least Saturday, but by Sunday, here's the tropical wave. Notice a big old pocket of moisture with this tropical wave. That will move up into our area on Sunday. So even though we have kind of anything that developing staying to our south, we will see some moisture from it, it looks like. That's why the rain chances chances increase on Sunday across a big chunk of the Gulf Coast, and then that tropical wave lifts to the north. Could try to organize some, and this specific model does have it trying to strengthen to maybe a depression as it moves into parts of Texas on Tuesday. But notice, even though it's well to our west, we still got a lot of moisture coming up in from the Gulf from it. So rain chances will settle into our area throughout much of early next week. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I would plan for some showers and storms. It looks like that rain could even linger into parts of the middle of next week. So I really hope you enjoy the next 3 days. This is really going to be the best stretch of weather we've had all summer long, and especially since the hurricane. We're now, 10 or 11 days since the storm. Lower humidity will mean the overnight hours are going to be great. Open those windows, air things out, get some good night's sleep, hopefully, especially for those that don't have power, because by Sunday, the moisture is back along with the rain. April.
Yeah, definitely going to enjoy those next couple of days. As far as the roads, guys, enjoy more areas being open, but we do still have several that are closed. Most of that's going to be region-wide versus metro-wide. We do still have a lot of traffic lights that are out as well, so I do want to stress to you guys, I've been driving around this past week, seeing a ton of people just flying through intersections that have traffic lights that are either out or flashing. Please do not get used to these being down. They will be back up soon, but if you do see an area that's either flashing or out completely, please treat it as a four-way stop. We want to avoid any accidents as much as possible. Highway 51 still closed north of LaPlace. I-55 is going to be your best alternate route. The I-10 and I-55 exit ramps in LaPlace have finally reopened again. So LaPlace residents and commuters, it'll be a whole lot easier for you to travel in and out of that area. LA 445 near Ponchatoula, unfortunately, is still closed from rising water from the San Joaquin River until further notice, as well as LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road does still have debris as well as water on the roadways. Still, unfortunately, not seeing any changes as well along LA 631. It is still not passable from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines.
The Louisiana SPCA says it has picked up several stray animals since Hurricane Ida hit, and they're hoping to reunite as many families as possible. So they've started a section with those animals' pictures on their website. It's louisianaspca.org/strays. If your pet is missing, check that site first. And then if you don't see your pet, they're asking you to fill out a lost pet report. That way, if your animal is found, it will be easier to reunite you with them. 5:26 now. The levees held up during Hurricane Ida. Coming up, we'll tell you how the Corps is still reviewing the system to see where improvements can be made and what you need to know to get a free meal at McDonald's today. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the Eyewitness Morning News at 5:30 on this Thursday, September 9th. I'm Sheba Turk, and here's a look at some headlines we're following this morning. Despite working the way they were supposed to during Hurricane Ida, local leaders are still looking for ways to improve the area's levee system. And a local indigenous community was hit hard by Ida with several buildings destroyed. Hear how you can help them. Also, as Entergy works to restore power, the company is opening a pair of centers today where residents in one parish can meet with representatives to talk about the restoration effort. And officials are warning people not to interfere with utility workers as they try to restore power. We'll get to those stories in just a moment, but first I'm joined by local weather expert Peyton Malone. He's got a quick check of the forecast and actually some great news. You said some of the best weather we've seen in a while, Peyton.
Yeah, you know, it's all relative, right?
Sure.
In November, this would be awful weather, but what we're going to get here is some drier weather. And the humidity is just what makes this so awful around here. The weather's so awful, especially when you don't have power. So some drier air moves in today. It's going to be a slow process, but it'll happen throughout about the next 12 hours or so. And it is associated with a cold front. Now, technically it is a cold front, but it doesn't have cold air with it just yet. And, you know, typically in September, you're not going to have cold outbreaks down here just yet. That's usually more of an October, November thing. So dew points are in the 60s to our north. We're in the 70s down here. That is a sign that drier air is headed our way. It'll get here throughout today. And yes, it's still going to be warm. We'll get up into the upper 80s to near 90 today, but with the lower humidity coming in, it is going to be fairly manageable. Chance of rain's pretty low. We have about a 10% chance of a shower near the coast. That's about it, but the rest of us stay pretty dry. So here's a look at the next 3 days. Great weather today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Tomorrow morning, we're going to wake up to a little bit of cool weather, especially on the North Shore, low 60s for quite a few places. Even down south of the metro, we'll be in the 60s and low 70s. Lots of sunshine there in the afternoon with highs in the upper 80s. Saturday, upper 80s to near 90 with lots of sunshine. Still pretty dry. And then Sunday, the moisture's back and the rain chances are back too. That'll be thanks to our area we're watching down here in the Caribbean, this tropical wave. And while we don't really expect it to develop into much and get to us, we will see some moisture from it. So that's why our humidity and moisture return on Sunday. We'll have a more detailed look at that forecast for you in just a bit. April.
Yeah, thanks so much, Peyton, for that update. 5:32 this morning, and so accident and breakdown free. The story, honestly, since Hurricane Ida made landfall, has been in regards to traffic, which areas are open and which are closed. Talking about some closures for you, most of that's going to be region-wide. LA 631, one of those areas, still not passable, unfortunately, from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines. Until further notice. LA 1077 from LA 22 to the end of the road still has debris as well as water on the roadway, so that area remains closed. And then LA 445 near Ponchatoula still closed from rising water from the Tangipahoa River. So please be mindful of these areas. Hopefully by next week we can see some improvements there. The I-10 and I-55 exit ramps are finally open in Laplace. They have been now for the past few days. Highway 51 is still closed north of Laplace until further notice.
All right, thank you, April. Hurricane Ida provided a test for the area's levee system, and leaders with the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority are pleased to know that the levees did withstand the storm's strength. Duke Carter is joining us in the studio this morning. And Duke, I understand that leaders are still assessing how they can make things better.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they are good to go because we know that each storm is different. And leaders with the Southeast Flood Protection Authority East say they have teams inspecting the levees to see how they can improve for the next storm. They say Ida did not bring as much storm surge as Katrina, but they are glad to report that the levees did withstand Ida. And so the regional director for the Southeast Flood Protection Authority East, that organization says that they oversee nearly 200 miles of levees as well as flood walls, flood gates, and pumping stations that protects both Orleans and Jefferson parishes. So Kelly Chandler, which is the regional director, says now after the storm hit, contractors are to remove the debris from the levees to ensure they are functioning properly. And while contractors do that, leaders with the organization say they are now assessing to make sure the levee protection system is better for the next storm that could impact the area.
We've gone out and done assessments. We will be finishing up those assessments today along with CPRA. We have found no damage to the levees, which is great news.
Doesn't look like any damage on it. I think it's doing its job.
And so coming up at 6:30, we're going to hear more from leaders about the levee protection system that protects both Jefferson and Orleans parishes.
Yeah, and of course, this was a major concern for a lot of people in the community. Will these levees stand up to such a strong storm? And they did.
They did.
All right, thank you, Duke. When Hurricane Ida slammed into the Louisiana coast, the storm went right over the Pointe-au-Chien indigenous community, leaving behind unprecedented damage. Only 10% of the homes are still livable. The rest will have to be demolished, according to the chairman of the tribe. One tribe member who has called the area home for more than 70 years says he's never witnessed this kind of destruction.
It hurt. I never seen nothing like that, and I mean, I was one of the lucky ones. You know, my house still all right, but when I see everything else what happened, I mean, it's bad.
Now, while that damage is widespread, there are volunteers ready to help. Yesterday, the group Glass Half Full organized a group of 75 people to deliver supplies and help people clean up. There's also a GoFundMe. Just search Pointe-au-Chien Ida Relief. We're getting some updates on when area schools are planning to return to classes. St. Tammany Parish Public Schools will reopen Monday. Officials said they have evaluated every school campus and determined that they can safely reopen. If you can't return on Monday, you should get in touch with your school's principal. St. James schools will remain closed through next Friday, September 17th. Officials say that some schools did receive substantial damage from Ida, and plans are being made to repair the buildings so students can return to in-person learning. Delgado will remain closed until September 20th. Online learning and remote work will take place September 20th through October 1st. Thousands of people in St. John Parish still without power this morning, and today residents in that parish will have the opportunity to speak with Entergy representatives about the restoration effort and bills. Entergy is opening 2 customer information centers today from 9 until 4. One is at the Walmart on West Airline Highway in LaPlace, and the other is at Juan Anthony Memorial Park in Edgard. The United Way of Southeast Louisiana is stepping up to help people affected by Hurricane Ida. The nonprofit is once again hosting several pop-up distributions around town today. People waited in lines for several hours yesterday to get a meal, water, ice, and cleaning supplies. And with a lot of stores being closed and power out for days, people we spoke to say they're grateful for relief organizations like United Way for providing supplies that have now become essential in the wake of the storm.
I can't thank the people out here enough for being able to help us and to help all the families out here. Even though it may seem like a little bit, it really means a lot to when you lose as much as we all have.
Well, there are 3 distributions today, one at the St. Bernard Parish Community Center of St. Bernard on St. Cloud Avenue, the Belle Chase YMCA on Highway 23, and in Tangipahoa Parish at the Our Daily Bread Food Bank on West Coleman Avenue in Hammond. Those distributions are taking place from 10 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. And United Way is looking for donations to give out to Ida survivors. So here's a list of what's needed: water and sports drinks, formula and baby supplies, toiletries and cleaning supplies. You see that QR code on your screen. All you have to do is scan that with your phone and you'll be brought to a site where you can see a list of where to drop off those supplies. McDonald's will be providing thousands of free meals once again today. Grab-and-go meals include cheeseburgers, fries, apple slices, and a bottled water. The meals will be available at the McDonald's on North Broad from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon today through Saturday. All right, let's get back over to Peyton and check in on the forecast as folks continue to clean up.
Yeah, you know, we're going to have a couple days of some pretty nice weather across the area, and then our rain chances will be increasing as we go into Sunday and Monday. So we'll be looking at a couple days, or at least 3 days of decent weather, and then the changes are back with humidity, moisture on Sunday and through early next week. The tropics are active. Notice we've got Mindy, Larry, area to watch, area to watch. So Mindy's a depression, Larry's a hurricane. The area we're watching here in the Caribbean is the one that's going to get into the southern Gulf and going to bring us a little bit of moisture on Sunday and Monday, it looks like. This area out in the Atlantic, we're not really concerned with it. It's so far out there. As I mentioned, though, Mindy did make landfall yesterday as a tropical storm in the panhandle of Florida there. Now a depression in southern Georgia. It's going to be off into the coast by today, and it's going to remain a depression before it weakens over the next couple of days. So Mindy not going to be a huge problem for really anyone anymore. Tropical tracker out in the Caribbean. This is our tropical wave, and you can see some showers and storms, some moisture really on the northern side of this wave. This wave extends down into Central America, and it's lifting west-northwest. So it'll be moving into Honduras, Belize, Yucatan over the next couple of days. By Saturday, it'll be in the southern Gulf, the extreme southwestern Gulf here, just off the coast of Mexico, and that's when it has a chance to maybe try to spin up just a little bit, but the chance that it's happening right now is still very, very low. There are some questions on how this is going to evolve. It's possible that this goes into Mexico and dissipates and really never becomes anything. It's also possible it lifts a bit further to the north here and maybe gets close to southern Texas by Monday and Tuesday. Either way, the scenario here is that high pressure is currently steering this to the west. This high pressure is going to continue to get stronger and stronger. And the stronger that gets, the further west this is going to push it. So there's still some question on, is it ever going to make that turn up towards Texas as a tropical depression maybe? It is possible, but right now with this setup, it would be difficult for this to get all the way to Louisiana or Mississippi. So we do have this thing to our east, or excuse me, to our west, but we'll probably see at least some moisture from it. So over the next couple of days, our front moves on through today. Dry air moves in behind it. We get a dry spell for at least 3 days, but by Sunday, the moisture is making its return. We'll see some showers and storms around on Sunday, with it lingering on Monday and even into Tuesday. You can see that moisture and that tropical wave lifting up towards South Texas as we go into early next week. But we are on the east side. We'll get that influx of moisture, and that means our rain chances will go up. So we'll watch it for you. Next name is Nicholas, by the way. Right now, it doesn't look overly aggressive, or we're not seeing aggressive, with the models or anything like that. The overall environment is not terrible, but there is still some question on how far into Mexico. Does it just move into Mexico or dissipate, or does it lift maybe to South Texas and try to organize some? Both are possibilities, something we'll watch. Either way, moisture moves back in Sunday with it. Some rain around on Monday through Tuesday and Wednesday, but there you are. The next 3 days looking pretty good. Lots of sunshine and low humidity. April.
Maybe we can actually stand being outside. It's been so warm lately and humid. Right now, guys, talking about the roadways, things are improving very slowly, but they are improving. Many areas still have traffic lights that are either out or flashing, so please treat those areas as a four-way stop. I've been on the roads over the past few days, and people are just flying through intersections, totally disregarding that lights are out or either flashing, so please be careful. And again, treat an area as a four-way stop if you do see those lights not working properly. The I-10 and I-55 exit ramps are finally open again in Laplace, making it a whole lot easier for you guys to travel in and out of Laplace. Highway 51 still closed north of Laplace due to water on the roadways until further notice. I-55 is going to be your best alternate route, and that will surely get you where you need to go. LA 445, unfortunately, near Ponchatoula is still closed from rising water from the Tangipahoa River until further notice, as well as LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road. That area does still have debris as well as water on the roadways. Still not seeing any changes as well along LA 631. That area is still not passable from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines. Hopefully we can see by the end of the week, if not next week, that this area can improve as well.
All right, thanks, April. It's 5:42 now. Power crews have, of course, been working hard to get the lights back on across southeast Louisiana. And now one man has been arrested for interfering with linemen on the job. Also, President Joe Biden plans to unveil his plan to fight COVID today. More on that coming up. And how the Saints are preparing for their opener in Jacksonville. Area law enforcement officials are warning people not to interfere with utility workers trying to restore power. They say if you do, you will be arrested. Yesterday, a Washington Parish man was arrested after he tried to close the high voltage fuses on an overhead electric line. The sheriff's office says that put the lives of many workers in jeopardy. Sheriff Randy Seal says, quote, such behavior is not only foolish, but also dangerous. While electrical linemen are working hard to restore electricity to parish residences, the last thing they need is an amateur interfering with their work and creating danger for them, end quote. And St. Charles Parish Sheriff Greg Champagne has a warning for anyone who tries to argue with or attempt to harass or intimidate the linemen. He posted on Facebook yesterday that his deputies will arrest you and put you in jail. President Joe Biden is making another push to fight the spread of COVID-19. Later today, the president's expected to lay out a 6-point plan focused on containing the Delta variant. It includes boosting the number of people vaccinated in the U.S. Right now, at least 75% of adults in the U.S. have received at least one dose of the vaccine. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki gave a slight preview of the president's plan.
Some of that will be related to access to testing, some will be related to mandates, some will be related to how we ensure kids are protected in schools. That there will be new components that sure will of course impact people across the country.
A source familiar with the president's new plan told CBS News that it will include an update on booster shots. The NFL season kicks off tonight with the Dallas Cowboys taking on the defending champs, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Saints fans will have to wait until late Sunday afternoon to see them in action. New Orleans is taking on the Green Bay Packers in their home opener in Jacksonville. And for the Saints, they'll face a challenge in defending Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Ricardo LeCamp has the story.
Adams, the tailback, to his right. Unlike last season, only one future Hall of Fame quarterback will play in Sunday's Packers-Saints game. And Aaron Rodgers has put aside his offseason fight with the Green Bay front office to concentrate on this battle against New Orleans. Looking, has a man, that ball's caught. Rodgers got the best of the black and gold secondary last year, throwing for 3 touchdowns and no picks, and registering a quarterback rating over 124.
It's a different year, man. We gonna come out here and we just gonna do what we have to do, take it one play at a time and handle our business. Eliminate those explosive plays.
Left, deep throw down the near side. The plan for Sunday, and the secondary currently being revamped. The black and gold signed former Falcons DB Desmond Trufant recently, and are waiting to finalize a trade with the Texans for former first-round pick Bradley Roby.
36, and
but Roby won't play week 1 since he's serving the remainder of his 6-game suspension from last season. And Ken Crawley landed on the injury report Wednesday with a hamstring injury. Not the position they want to be in, facing an improved Packers receiving core led by all-pro wideout Davante Adams.
And a catch, touchdown!
Last year we played the Saints without Davante, so I think every week, you know, it could go to multiple different people, and teams got to decide on how they want to defend us. We got a lot of confidence in everybody, all the skill positions on our offense, and it's always a challenge, which is a good challenge, to try to get everybody involved in the game.
Plenty of weapons at Aaron Rodgers' disposal, and he won't have to deal with the packed Superdome for a second year in a row. The Saints once again miss out on using that home field advantage to disrupt his communication with his teammates.
I mean, it's tough not being in New Orleans. I mean, that does play a big factor, but we're just going to go out there and do our job.
The secondary did that throughout the year, after the Week 3 loss to the future Hall of Famer. Perhaps some of that play comes with them to Jacksonville. Turns that one away to be Ricardo LeCamp, Eyewitness Sports.
And be sure to join the Eyewitness Sports team tonight at 6:30 for an Eye on Black and Gold special, getting you ready for Sunday's game against the Packers. Doug Mouton, Ricardo LeCamp, Brooke Kirchhoffer, and our Saints analyst Nick Underhill will break down the matchup. Plus, they'll have everything you need to know if you want to make a last-minute trip to Jacksonville to see what is the Saints' home game. Of course, it would have been played in New Orleans, except it's been moved to Jacksonville because of Ida. That Eye on Black and Gold special again airs tonight at 6:30 here on Channel 4. April?
So excited. I wish the guys were playing here, but at least we still have football. And some roads are opening, guys. Each day we're seeing a little bit of an improvement in regards to road closures and opening. So I did want to give you an update on the latest. LA 631 still not passable, unfortunately, from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines until further notice. Crews have been just working so hard to get us up and running in regards to electricity. So, of course, hopefully we can see some improvements by next week. in regards to that. LA 1077, unfortunately, from LA 22 to the end of the road still does have both the debris and water. In turn, it is closed until further notice. LA 445, a lot of people travel in this area near Ponchatoula. It is closed from rising water from the Tangipahoa River. That has been going on since Hurricane Ida made landfall several days ago. Highway 51 still closed north of LaPlace, so you can take I-55 as an alternate route.
All right, thanks, April. And today's the day we've all been looking forward to. Some nicer weather moving on in. And it's still going to be warm today. Not really looking at cool temperatures, but the humidity will be dropping through the day. So humid this morning, less humid this afternoon and evening. And you can see lots of sunshine as we go into the afternoon as that dry air continues to filter on in. So this is kind of the start of a 3-day period of some nice weather. Tomorrow morning, nice and cool away from the lake. Here in the metro will be around 71 to 72. 88 Friday afternoon with lots of sunshine. Upper 80s to near 90 on Saturday. Still dry. And then some rain and clouds and moisture return on Sunday, and that sticks around through much of early next week. Sheba.
In the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, we've seen a lot of people extend a helping hand to those in need. And recently, Saints quarterback Jameis Winston has been working behind the scenes donating supplies to first responders. New Orleans police posted photos on Facebook showing the donation they received from Winston's Dream Forever Foundation. The department received a large supply of water, snacks, and sports drinks. In addition to that, Winston provided additional supplies to the homicide unit, which has been working in the community to secure tarps to roofs of homes. Yesterday, Mayor Cantrell thanks Winston for his efforts.
Jameis Winston, oh my goodness. You know, he called me directly, and he has just been deploying resources and supplies throughout the city. But I'm just saying, the trailer that showed up at NOPD on yesterday was just phenomenal. And he even told me, he said, you know, Mayor, I watched that video you did for Russell Wilson. And he said, and I watched that video, and I was adamant about showing you that I'm worth it. And he sure is. So that video paid off in a big way.
And Jameis Winston is just one of several Saints players partnering with the United Way and WWL-TV to help Ida victims. Coming up at 6 o'clock, we'll hear from one of his teammates, Demario Davis, about why the team wanted to get involved with the relief effort. Stay tuned.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us for our 6 o'clock hour on this Thursday morning.
That's right. We'll get to our weather update in just a minute, but first, some things you need to know today.
Entergy is still trying to restore power to parts of Jefferson and New Orleans that were expecting restoration to happen yesterday, but some places did not. Entergy says damage to some power lines is prolonging their effort to get those people back up and running. More than 46,000 customers are without power in Jefferson. More than 4,000 are still without power here in New Orleans.
And there are still tens of thousands of people without power in Lafourche, St. Charles, St. John, Terrebonne, and Tangipahoa. And remember, Entergy says those areas will not have power restored until the end of the month because the damage is so extensive. Meanwhile, nearly 3,000 CLECO customers are still without power on the North Shore. That includes Washington and St. Tammany parishes.
WWL-TV is partnering with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to make sure people here in New Orleans, in Jefferson, and surrounding parishes get the help they need, and a lot of people desperately need help. We have 3 giveaways happening today in St. Bernard. It'll be at the community center. In Araby, that's in St. Bernard Parish. In Plaquemines, it'll be at the Bell Chase YMCA, and across the lake in Tangipahoa. The giveaway will be at our Daily Bread Food Bank, that's up in Hammond. They'll all run from 10 this morning till 1 this afternoon. We have a crew at the site in St. Bernard, and Sheba will be out there later this morning bringing us reports from that area.
New Orleans City Hall reopens at 7 this morning, and then later on the city will open more libraries to give people a place to cool down, charge their phones, and access computers and Wi-Fi. We posted these locations on our website, WWLTV.com. Just click on the links tab at the top of the homepage. And we can expect a little break from the heat today.
Yeah, these are the current temperatures outside right now. Peyton, that cold front, did it come yet, or are we still waiting for it?
It is nearly here. It's
okay.
Moving on. That dry air is going to lag behind a little bit. And really tomorrow morning, those temperatures you just saw, you can take about 10 degrees off of those, and that's what it will be at tomorrow. So we do have low 60s on the North Shore tomorrow morning, low 70s here in the metro. The cold front's just to our north, but notice the drier air, the dew points in the 60s are lagging behind it just a little bit, and that'll be moving on in for about the next 12 hours or so. So it is still going to be warm today. We'll get up to around 88 to 90 degrees in a few spots. The clouds will be here early, and then we'll see more sunshine later, and the humidity will be dropping through the day. So it's still pretty muggy this morning, but this afternoon, evening, a lot better. Then tomorrow morning, what we're talking about here, 61 on the North Shore and away from the lake, Bayou River parishes, most people are going to drop into the mid to low 60s. So this will be a nice, cool start, and it'll feel good because the air is going to be drier. It's not going to be that humid air. 71 here in New Orleans. That's definitely nice. We're usually about 78 to 79 waking up in the summertime, and lots of sunshine tomorrow. Still warm, upper 80s, but with the low humidity. Going to be a fantastic day tomorrow. Saturday's looking pretty good as well. We'll be about 90 degrees. And I think a lot of people will stay in the upper 80s. And then once again, Saturday morning will be another nice, cool start. It's all relative, but at this point, the low 60s are certainly cool for our area. I do want to mention this because we do have some changes by Sunday and going into early next week. Lots going on out in the tropics. We got tropical waves lined up. Larry's out here. Mindy's over Georgia, the depression, and this new area we're watching. This is down in the Caribbean. And while we really don't expect this to significantly intensify in the Gulf and lift up to us, we will see some moisture from it. So that's why by Sunday, our rain chances are going back up, the humidity is going back up, and we'll return back to kind of the muggies as we go into early next week. We are going to have a much bigger breakdown on this tropical wave we're watching down here, and yes, it might try to organize some in the southwestern Gulf. I have details for you on that coming up in a bit. April.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peyton. 6:03 this morning, and still not seeing any accidents or breakdowns, but the story for the past several days actually has been road closures and openings. So giving you guys the latest update, Highway 51 still closed north of Laplace due to rising water in the area. Hopefully by the end of the week, we can see a little bit of improvement in that. I-10 and I-55 exit ramps are finally open in Laplace, so that is definitely a huge improvement that we were waiting for, and they have been hoping for the past few days. LA 445, unfortunately, still closed near Ponchatoula from rising water from the Tangipahoa River.
All right, thanks, April. Most of the New Orleans senior living facilities that were evacuated and closed after Hurricane Ida are cleared to reopen. About 600 senior citizens were evacuated last week because they were left in unsafe conditions.
Yeah, those folks were taken to emergency shelters in North Louisiana after city health officials inspected the buildings they were in. Asha Staples is joining us with more on that. And this was a lot of people.
This is a lot of people, and luckily we are able to have those accommodations in place. But I'm here at Flint Good Ridge Apartments, one of 9 senior living facilities that did have to evacuate ahead of Hurricane Ida. And days after that storm, we did learn that 5 people died because of those unsafe living conditions. As a result, 9 properties were forced to close, leading to thorough inspections from the city. Deputy Administrative Officer Peter Bowen says inspections revealed more issues like deferred maintenance and work done without permits. Residents faced even more problems on yesterday as some returned to their home to retrieve clothes and other supplies, but were turned away by employees. As city leaders work to bring residents home, the hope is they'll return to a place better than how they left it.
The manager was not here to advise us or to tell us what to do or where to go. It was really warm and dark because we didn't have no generator at all, which the manager had been telling us that we have a generator.
And as of Wednesday afternoon, we're told 8 of the 9 facilities were cleared to reopen, and the city will act on all code violations. City leaders say part of the chaos in getting seniors evacuated stemmed from management not being on site and having a way to reach them, not wanting to go through a similar situation next hurricane season or even sometime close. Mayor LaToya Cantrell says she wants a citywide rental registry. So, of course, a story will continue to follow and let you know about the very latest. Reporting live at Flint Goodridge Apartments, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you very much, Asha. The Better Business Bureau is sending a warning out to people who are looking for help with their businesses after the storm. They say a lot of scammers are calling, emailing, and texting people claiming to be with FEMA or other governmental agencies. They claim to be reaching out about an assistance program for small local businesses that were affected by Ida. The scammer will say you're approved for a $15,000 grant, but will ask you to purchase a $250 Walmart cash card to process it. That is a fake. Remember, government agencies do not ask for any money over the phone, and you'll never have to pay for free government grants. It's best to block the number and report that number to authorities.
Well, as we mentioned at the top of the hour, we've joined with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to make sure that people impacted by Ida are getting the supplies they need. So there's 3 giveaways today. Carmen Chow is live at one of those locations at the Community Center of St. Bernard. And of course, that will open in just a few hours, Carmen.
Sheba, good morning. This event begins in approximately 4 hours, and yesterday early morning we saw long lines of people waiting out here earlier, and we expect that to happen again sometime today. Now, if you'd like to help the victims, there are 3 ways you can do so. You can first give a gift to the United Way of Southeast Louisiana's Hurricane Ida Relief Fund. You can also volunteer your time to help neighbors by supplying giveaways and evacuation support. And lastly, donate. Any kind of materials, whether it's hygiene products or food, will make a huge difference since getting access to food now has become difficult for many people. WWL did sit down with Demario Davis, the linebacker of the New Orleans Saints, to talk about why the team wanted to get involved with this effort. Take a listen.
We're resilient people, and everybody that lives here understands that, and so there's no question, no doubt that we're going to recover from this, that we're going to rebuild from this. We just kind of have to work together, go through it, and we're going to see it to the other side. And so if it had to happen to anybody, there's no one more prepared and built for it than this community. And so we're going to be okay.
If you are unsure of what to donate, I can tell you what is not being taken. That's clothes, food, toys, and books. Now, keep in mind, 100% of your gift will stay local and go directly to those who need it most. And back out here live, today's event begins at 10 a.m. and goes until 1 p.m. And again, that's happening here at the St. Bernard Parish Community Center. I'm live in Arabic, Carmen Chow, Eyewitness News.
All right, we'll be keeping an eye on those lines. Carmen, thank you very much. If you do prefer to donate toward the relief fund, you can do so by texting the word GIVE to 504-529-4444. You can also find details on donation drop-off locations, distribution spots, and more by scanning the QR code on your cell phone camera. You need to click on the link that pops up once you scan it on the United Way of Southeast Louisiana's website. We've also posted a link to our website, www.tv.com. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen for that information. All right, Peyton, finally some good news, though, on the weather front. A little bit drier air.
A little bit drier air. For 3 days, we get to dry on out. We get some lower humidity. Not going to last forever. By Sunday, the rain and moisture are back, and that lingers into Monday. So in the next 3 days, I hope you can enjoy it and maybe get a good night's rest from this lower humidity. Now, the rain chances are going to be going up on Sunday thanks to a tropical wave down in the Caribbean. This is just sitting off the coast of Central America. There's Honduras, there's Belize, there's the Yucatan. It's going to be heading northwest, and really it's not going to do much over the coming days. You can see there's lots of moisture. There's some showers and storms on the northern side of that wave, and that's what's going to be heading up towards Mexico. Now, by the end of the week, into the weekend rather, Saturday and Sunday, it'll be in the far, far southern southwestern Gulf of Mexico. Has a low chance of trying to spin up maybe into a depression. But then there's some uncertainty on, does it perhaps just go into Mexico here and dissipate? That seems like a pretty good possibility, but there's also some models that try to lift it a bit farther to the north here on the western side of the Gulf and move it up towards far south Texas, maybe maybe as a depression or a storm. So really not expecting this to get far into the central Gulf and impact us directly with a landfalling system, but it does look some of that moisture will get to us on Sunday and going into early next week, which means our rain chances, they're going to go up. So what's steering it right now is this ridge of high pressure over over Florida. It's going to be building in over the parts of the southern U.S. That'll steer this thing more to the west of us, but could try to wrap around up to the South Texas area by Tuesday. Certainly something to watch, but either way, I think we're going to get some moisture from it. We do have the dry air for the next 3 days, though. That's thanks to the cool front. Dry air here is through Saturday, or is here through Saturday. And then Sunday, moisture from that tropical wave lifting through the Gulf. Notice a large area of moisture that will spread up over parts of most of the northern Gulf Coast as we go throughout early next week. That's why rain chances go up. So 3 days of great weather. And when I say great weather, it's still going to be hot. We'll still be warm in the afternoons, upper 80s to low 90s, but the humidity is going to be lower, so it's going to feel a lot better. The mornings on Friday and Saturday are going to be amazing compared to what we've been dealing with. It'll be nice and cool away from the lake. In the metro, we'll still be in the low 70s, but relatively low humidity means it's going to feel much nicer. And then late Saturday, Sunday, the moisture returns, the rain chances go back up, and it looks like they'll stay pretty high through most of early next week.
All right, thank you very much. With so many people, so much work going on to recover from Hurricane Ida, a lot of people may not be taking COVID precautions. Sometimes that's the last thing on your mind. LCMC Health is opening more of its clinics today to provide COVID testing and for people to get vaccines. We have that complete list ahead. Also, we're getting an update on recovery efforts in St. Tammany Parish. We'll talk with St. Tammany Corporation CEO Chris Marcingill later this hour.
Well, as some people begin to return home from evacuating, officials are urging you to get tested for COVID-19. With so much going on, many people have not been taking precautions. LCMC is opening its urgent cares in Metairie and Marrero and the Lakeview area today. They'll offer COVID tests from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and LCMC opens some of its vaccine clinics as well today. You can get a shot at University Medical Center, Two-Row Hospital, or the New Orleans East Hospital. The Central City Senior Center will offer more rapid COVID tests today. Tests are available from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily at the center on Phillip Street in New Orleans.
Later on today, President Biden is expected to reveal a new pandemic strategy. The White House says the changes are designed to limit the spread of the Delta variant while increasing vaccination rates across the country. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the president will include new vaccine requirements.
Some of that will be related to access to testing. Some will be related to mandates. Some will be related to how we ensure kids are protected in schools.
Today's announcement comes amid a spike in COVID infections among children across this country. More than 250,000 child cases of COVID were reported just last week. Right now it is 6:16 and Peyton's checking out the forecast for us, but it's waiting for that cooler, drier weather.
Yep, it'll be here soon. I promise it's coming, but through today, it's still going to be warm, but really the next 3 days, you know, we haven't had a ton of rainfall area-wide since the hurricane. Yes, there's been downpours, but really it's just been so hot and humid. And of course, that's the worst when you're trying to sleep at night and there's just no relief without power. The good news, you're going to get 3 days of decent weather. Now, by Sunday, it all kind of comes to an end. The humidity will return. We'll get some rain back in here. But today, especially tomorrow and Saturday, looking pretty good. Probably going to be 1 or 2 coastal showers, but that is about it. So we're going to warm up today. We'll get up into the upper 80s to right near 90 degrees. Clouds early on, but then drying out through the day. That dry air moves in, and tonight is looking fantastic. And it's all thanks to those dew points. The dew point is the measurement of how humid it is. Anytime you have dew points in the 70s, it's humid. When you have dew points in the 60s, it's drier. When you have dew points in the 50s, phenomenal. At least that's how it is around here. You go up north, dew points in the 60s is considered humid. But yes, you can see there, through this morning, humid. This afternoon, humidity dropping. Dew points in the 60s all the way into tomorrow. North Shore will drop into the 50s with the dew points, and that's going to allow those overnight temperatures to really drop tonight into some comfortable air, or to some comfortable temperatures. The air is going to feel pretty good tomorrow morning. It'll feel kind of cool. So low 60s on the North Shore, a couple upper 50s can't be ruled out. 60s everywhere south of the lake, except for the metro, will be in the low 70s. Everyone's going to be nice tomorrow morning, though. Same thing Saturday morning. So you get Friday morning nice, Saturday morning a little cool. And I know a lot of people are just so thankful for that don't have AC. And hopefully, if you've not had a good night's rest because it's been so hot and humid for the past 11 days, hopefully tonight and Friday night are the nights you get a little bit of rest here. Waking up this morning, it is pretty quiet across the area. We've got a few showers along the coast. That's where the rain should stay today. So for lower Plaquemines, lower Lafourche, and lower Terrebonne and lower Jefferson, Port Fourchon, Grand Isle area, you might see a shower or two today, but overall, I'm not expecting a lot of rain everywhere else. So we're dry through Saturday. Sunday, though, the moisture's back. Rain is back on Sunday. Rain is back on Monday. And it's actually going to be thanks to this tropical wave that's in the Caribbean. Right now, it's not going to do much over the next couple of days. But by Saturday and Sunday, it'll be in the far southern Gulf here. It does have a low chance of trying to spin up. Don't really see it getting to us and impacting us directly. But there is going to be a big blob of moisture traveling up into the Gulf with that wave. That's what's going to give us our higher rain chances on Sunday going into Monday and throughout early next week. So the dry area is here through Saturday, but there's that moisture on Sunday getting up to us. That'll increase our rain chances, and it looks like it's going to stick around throughout much of next week, or at least early next week. So I hope you enjoyed the next 3 days with the drier weather. The afternoons will still be warm, the mornings will be pleasant, and then it all comes to an end by Sunday. April.
Yeah, thank you for that update. Peyton, 6:19 this morning. Happy Thursday, everyone. Traveling on the roadways is getting easier each day, especially if you're traveling in the metro area. We do still have several areas that are closed due to Hurricane Ida aftermath, either down trees, we have debris, down power lines, or just plain water on the roadways still. LA 631 still not passable from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines. Linemen have been working extremely hard to get us up and running again in regards to power. So hopefully we can see an improvement in the next few days with that. LA 1077, unfortunately, still closed from LA 22 till the end of the road from debris as well as water on the roadways, and still not seeing any changes along LA 445 near Ponchatoula. It is still closed from rising water from the Tangipahoa River until further notice. Highway 51 is closed north of Laplace. This area was actually open for about 2 days with standing water still on the roads. It did get a little unsafe, and so officials have closed that area again. Hopefully that can open soon as well. Join us after the break for more Eyewitness Morning News.
A local Native American tribe is dealing with never-before-seen damage and destruction from Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, the storm has displaced members of the Parishes tribe in Lower Terrebonne Parish, with many homes unlivable. As Paul Dudley tells us, people are coming together to help.
It basically destroyed it.
When Hurricane Ida slammed into the Louisiana coast, the storm went right over the Parishes indigenous community, leaving behind unprecedented damage.
And then my window blew up in my bedroom.
Bryce Billiot has called this place home for more than 70 years. He says he's never witnessed this kind of destruction.
It hurt. I never seen nothing like that. And I mean, I was one of the lucky ones. You know, my house still all right. But when I see everything else what happened, I mean, it's bad.
Total devastation is almost an understatement. There is not a single structure that didn't take on at least some damage. And to make matters worse, there's no power or running water, and there likely won't be for quite some time.
It'll be a month before we get electricity. We don't even have no water. You got a few, 3 or 4 houses left. All the rest is destroyed.
Only 10% of the homes are still livable. The rest will have to be demolished, according to Charles Chucky Verdon Sr., chairman of the tribe.
They got roofs that flew off and it's all wet on the inside. Some homes, you look at them from the front, they look like they're all right, but when you go in the backside, you go look in them, it's all wet.
While the damage is widespread, there are volunteers ready to help. On Tuesday, the nonprofit Glass Half Full organized a group of 75 people to deliver supplies and help people clean up.
And I think, like a lot of us in New Orleans, we feel like we were spared the majority of the wind damage. I mean, we lost power for a long time, but really the eye didn't hit us. And so we feel like we need to help our neighbors and help people down the bayou who were hit much worse than us.
We're just here for a few hours, and you can imagine the emotions and the stress that's going on through the members of the people who live here.
Could fall some up right here.
Volunteers brought in water, food, and other necessities. They cut down trees and cleared debris. Members of the tribe we spoke to say they are thankful for the help.
It's a blessing there to see them want to come out and help, you know. I know there's only so much they could do, but anyway, just to see people come out and want to help, you know.
Like the people that come all over, you know, it would be for them. We would have nothing. We would have no water. We would have nothing to eat.
The cleanup here will take months, if not longer. Yet Billiot says he's confident people will return.
I think plenty will, you know, because they like the community. It's almost all family this side, you know. I'm not going no place. I got to stay in Portage.
You're going to stay,
Yeah.
This is your home?
That's my home for 74 years.
A community hit hard by Ida, determined to rebuild. Paul Dudley, Eyewitness News.
There is a GoFundMe set up to help raise money for the tribe.
Yeah, if you want to help, just search for Pointe-au-Chien Ida Relief and stay with us for more of your local headlines coming up in our 6:30 half hour.
Now at 6:30, the levees withstood Hurricane Ida, and now officials want to make sure they're good for the next storm that comes through. We'll tell you all about it coming up.
And your insurance company may have to cover your evacuation costs. The order that Insurance Commissioner Jim Donnellan put in place coming up.
And St. Tammany Parish is ready to rebuild. We'll talk with the two economic development leaders there about help available for small businesses in St. Tammany.
It is 6:30 now on this Thursday, September the 9th. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, we'll get to the top stories in a couple of seconds, but the weather is making news this morning, and for all the right reasons. We are expecting a slight cooler temperatures tomorrow and drier weather, which make for at least a pleasant couple of days.
Yeah, the best part of this front, Eric, is going to be the drier air. Now, there are going to be some cooler temperatures tonight and Saturday morning, but the afternoons are still going to be quite warm. That's where the front is. It's trying to move on through this morning. It's coming, but it's coming slowly. And temperatures behind it, not much lower, but the drier air is creeping in behind it. So that'll be what makes it feel nicer. Still going to get up into the upper 80s to right near 90 today. Chance of rainfall will be near the coast. The rest of us stay dry. There will be some clouds early on, but mostly sunny through the afternoon and looking pretty good over the next at least 3 days or so. So this is what Eric was talking about. Look at tomorrow morning. Low 60s on the North Shore, even away from the lake on the river and bayou parishes. You're going to be in the low to mid 60s. New Orleans, 71. That's going to feel pretty good with the dry air. Lots of sunshine tomorrow, still warm in the upper 80s. No humidity though. Saturday's looking pretty good. Low humidity, 90 degrees with a cool start in the morning. And then Sunday, well, the moisture is back. And we're going to be watching this tropical wave. It's in the Caribbean. It'll be in the southern Gulf on Saturday. And while we don't expect it to really intensify and get to us directly, it looks like it will bring us some moisture. So we'll break down that part of the forecast for you in a bit. April?
Yeah, thank you, Peyton. 6:31 this morning. Happy Thursday, everyone. Traffic is looking good in regards to accidents and breakdowns. We're accident and breakdown free. We also do have the Belle Chase ferry that is checked in for service. Unfortunately, the Chalmette and Canal Algiers ferries are still down. We will get word about the Point Hash ferry once the 8 a.m. hour hits. 6:32 though, Highway 51 still closed north of Laplace. I-55 is going to be your best alternate route. The I-10 and I-55 exit ramps are finally open in Laplace. LA 445 near Ponchatoula still closed from rising water from the Tangipahoa River, and of course not seeing any changes along 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road. There is still both debris as well as water on the roadway, so it is closed until further notice. LA 631 not passable from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines.
All right, thank you, April. We do expect an update from Governor John Beau Edwards on Hurricane Ida relief. He's holding a news conference at 3 o'clock. We'll be streaming that live on our app and website, so look for updates in our later newscasts.
Louisiana's Insurance Commissioner Jim Donnellan has issued an order requiring insurers to pay for evacuation expenses. So if you evacuated for the storm, you should be reimbursed for your costs, including hotel stays. Several insurers voluntarily complied with the commissioner's initial request, but some, including State Farm, did not. So he filed the directive. However, insurers can challenge the order, so you're encouraged to still register for FEMA assistance in case your insurance company does not pull through and pay you for evacuating.
If you need a couple $100 from FEMA to cover emergency items after Ida, you only have a few more days to sign up. The deadline to apply for FEMA's expedited assistance is this Sunday, September 12th. The money is for people who lost power for an extended time, which is pretty much everyone. It's also for people with other immediate damage or needs. And we just recently learned you can be reimbursed up to $800 for a generator and up to $250 for a chainsaw. There's also a second deadline you should remember. It's for a separate kind of assistance for more long-term items like home damage that's not covered by insurance. The deadline to apply for that help with FEMA is October 28th. And we'll have detailed information about assistance from FEMA and other help that's available. Just text the word HELP to 504-529-4444 and we'll get you a link to that information. Well, Louisiana's fall elections have officially been rescheduled because of Ida.
Yeah, the October 9th elections will now be held on October the 13th. That ballot includes a lot of important races here in New Orleans, including races for mayor, sheriff, and city council. There'll also be a special primary to pick a state representative for District 102 on the West Bank.
That's right. And November 13th is when those elections will be. They'll be moved to December 11th. Secretary of State Kyle Ardoin made the request to postpone the elections, citing too many questions about the condition of polling sites, poll workers, mail delivery, and other issues to ensure the integrity of the election.
A lot of people are concerned about Ida having an impact on the levee system, but officials who inspect the levees say that they are in good condition.
That is a good thing. Duke Carter's live on the lakefront this morning, and Duke officials say there is no damage to the levee system.
Which is good news to report. So leaders with the Southeast Flood Protection Authority East, again, are pleased to know that there is no damage to the levee protection system. And so now the organization is taking steps to make sure they can prepare ahead for the next storm. It's a picturesque scene on Lakeshore Drive now that Ida is long gone. Dogs are enjoying the water and people are out. Some have decided to work out.
The water's calm, it's tranquilizing, you know, it's nice to see some kind of calm scenes.
James Wood is one of many people enjoying the lakefront views while visiting from Luling. And while visiting the city, he saw something familiar, the levee, and credits them for doing their job and protecting people's homes when Ida hit.
Doesn't look like any damage on it. I think it's doing its job.
I am excited to report that the levees performed beautifully.
Kelly Chandler is the regional director for the Southeast Flood Protection Authority East. The organization oversees nearly 200 miles of levees, as well as flood walls, flood gates, and pumping stations that protects both Orleans and Jefferson parishes.
We've gone out and done assessments. We will be finishing up those assessments today along with CPRA. We have found no damage to the levees, which is great news.
Chandler says now after the storm hit, contractors are to remove the debris from the levees to ensure they are functioning properly. And while contractors do that, leaders with the organization say they are now assessing to make sure levee protection system is better for the next storm that could impact the area.
Definitely the intensity was very strong. The storm surge wasn't quite as big as Katrina, but it did have a storm surge. It hit a little bit different than Katrina, which makes it a difference as far as the direction of the storm.
Efforts to make sure people, businesses, and lives are safe when a storm hits Orleans and Jefferson parishes.
One step at a time, that's all, you know, it's all we could do.
Again, all we can do is prepare, and so the organization, Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority East, continue their assessments, make those recommended changes. Once we find out what there are, we'll relay that to you. But overall, again, good to know that the levee protection system held up and that there is no damage to the protection system that makes sure people are safe here in Orleans and JP. For now, though, reporting Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
All right, Duke, thank you very much. Louisiana has shown resilience during times like this, and the state will come together again this weekend for the Saints game. The Saints start their regular season on Sunday, taking on the Green Bay Packers in Jacksonville. It's a home game, but as we said, it'll be played in Jacksonville, Florida, because of Hurricane Ida. But first, coming up at 6:30 tonight, our sports team will bring you an Eye on Black and Gold special to get you ready for the big game on Sunday. Eyewitness Sports will explain how the Saints plan to play a full season without Drew Brees for the first time since 2005 and more. Be sure and catch the season opening special tonight at 6:30 right here on Channel 4.
And the Saints are also doing work off the field. Several Saints players are in partnership with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana and WWL-TV to bring relief to everyone impacted by Ida. You can scan the QR code on your screen to find distribution sites and ways to give. You can also donate by texting the word GIVE to 504-529-4444. I'll have information from a distribution location in St. Bernard Parish coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. Peyton?
All right, and you know, the tropics are still very, very active. I don't think this is too surprising to see during the peak of hurricane season, which we are certainly at. Notice there's quite a bit going on. We've got Mindy, Larry, those are Atlantic systems. Olaf is a Pacific system that's moving away from the United States, but it's actually near Cabo, the Cabo area today. And then two areas being watched, one off the continent of Africa, we're not worried about that right now, and a new area being watched in the Caribbean. This is a tropical wave that is not really organized, not much to it right now, but it does have some moisture on the northern side of that wave. That wave axis extends all the way into Central America. Going to be moving into Honduras, Belize, the Yucatan here over the next couple of days. So not really going to do much over the next couple of days. By Saturday, though, it's in the southern Gulf, the far southwestern Gulf here, and that's when it'll have a low chance of trying to spin up into a depression, maybe a storm. There is a bit of uncertainty on exactly where this goes in the southwestern Gulf. It might run into Mexico here and dissipate. It also might stay in the warmer waters a little bit further to the north and get up towards South Texas by Monday or Tuesday, and that's when it could strengthen just a little bit. Either way, I do think some of that moisture gets to us. No moisture through Saturday, though, but by Sunday, Notice the huge pocket of moisture with that tropical wave in the Gulf, almost takes up the entire Gulf. That'll be moving into our area by Sunday, and that's why our rain chances will go up on Sunday, and the humidity will return as well. So Sunday, or starting on Sunday and going into Monday, even Tuesday, Wednesday, we've still got the moisture around. So much of next week is likely going to be humid with some rain around, but we get at least 3 days of nice weather. So it starts today. The dry air moves in through the afternoon. Tomorrow's going to be phenomenal. The mornings will be great. Low 60s on the North Shore. South Shore will see the 60s, except for the Metro will be in the 70s. And then on Saturday, same story. Waking up nice and cool, about 90 degrees during the afternoon. And then Sunday, the clouds and rain and humidity return, and highs staying in the upper 80s as we go through next week. April.
Yeah, I think Peyton 640 and still seeing several areas that remain closed in the region from Hurricane Ida. We do still have lots of down power lines, debris, as well as water on the roadways. LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road does still have debris and water there, so that is closed until further notice. No changes along LA 631. It's still not passable from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines. Linemen have been working so hard, so definitely seeing improvements each day, so hopefully that area can be helped soon. LA 23 still closed from Ironton to West Point Lahash from water on the roadways, and of course unrelated to Hurricane Ida aftermath, Highway 11 still closed due to construction until further notice. That's been going on a little bit over 2 years at this point. Twin spans are going to be your best alternate route, and they look great. Join us after the break for more Eyewitness Morning News.
Work is already underway in St. Tammany Parish rebuilding what was in Hurricane Ida's path, and power companies on the North Shore have been restoring service all week. There are also efforts to help businesses get back on their feet. Joining us with details on this is St. Tammany Corporation CEO Chris Massengill, which deals with economic development in the parish. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning. Glad to be with you.
So many recovery efforts still ahead of us, and for businesses, this is really difficult. Still, many of them don't have power. So kind of tell us the plan you guys have in place to help businesses there.
Well, thank you. This is a very critical period. We know that 1 in 5 businesses will not come back after a disaster. So it's important as we transition from the immediate response phase to the recovery phase that we're putting forth the right kind of information that speaks to businesses, puts them on the right track of accessing that information. And it's critical this time period as we transition to the midterm and long-term recovery. For us here in St. Tammany Parish, the good thing is working with our local elected officials, working with our utilities, we've seen a good return of our utility services, which is critically important to businesses, getting them up, but also getting them access now to the resources like SBA disaster assistance. And as FEMA sets up their disaster recovery centers and the business recovery centers are established, we want to make sure our businesses have direct access to that information. It's a critical time period.
Definitely. And I understand that you guys have a survey that you want business to fill out because you need to try to figure out how much damage there is to businesses.
That's right. The first step, we did 3 things yesterday as a part of initiating our action plan in economic development to help support our businesses. Number 1 is that we need to get a good sense of what is the business interruption, what is the impact of our local economic landscape, and the impact on businesses. That survey has been propped up on our website, sttamanycorp.org. You can also get links to that. It takes about 5 minutes. We're also doing direct outreach to businesses to collect that information. The second thing as a part of our action plan is to reestablish our business recovery helpline. That's 985-809-1411. We have professional technical staff members manning that number 7 to 7 every day to help businesses link with the right type of resources and really just navigate. There's so much information. People can be overwhelmed with all of the information that's being put out there. So the third thing that we've done is to support a one-stop shop, a comprehensive website that people can go to, and we can help them navigate the various pathways to get the assistance either from nonprofits or businesses. And so this is an important time to keep sharing that information. No reason to duplicate. We see a good workshop or technical assistance that's happening. We share that information. We try to directly link our businesses to the services that are already out there right now. But the website gives us a place. It's a one-stop shop. It's a full comprehensive clearinghouse of all the resources currently being provided across our region that our businesses and community leaders can have access to.
Yeah, this is absolutely great because, as you mentioned, a long road ahead for so many of these business owners, many of them dealing with damage to their own residential properties. You mentioned the Entergy outages. Of course, you can't be up and running if you don't have power. So really various problems that business owners could be dealing with here.
That's exactly right. And the good thing is that we've seen some incredible stories of some amazing generosities of people from businesses stepping up during this time of need, and everybody's working together. And it's a wonderful, coordinated, collaborative effort. And we certainly appreciate our partners on the North Shore, from the North Shore Community Foundation, the Tammany Chamber, our Tri-Parish Works, and North Shore Technical Community College that started their do-it-yourself repairs, teaching technical workshops so people can get in there and clean out their businesses or their homes. All that stuff is on the website. And please, if you get stuck or you have questions or confused, just pick up the phone and call us 985-809-1411. And we've got somebody standing by to help you navigate all of this information.
All right, Chris Massengill with St. Tammany Corporation, thank you so much for joining us with that important information.
Thank you very much. Stay safe.
You too. Let's get back over to Peyton, guys.
All right, now we're going to be seeing some improvements in our weather over the coming days. We're going to get to that in just a second. But what we're looking at this morning is a pretty quiet start across the area, and it's going to be a pretty quiet over the next about 3 days or so, all thanks to a front moving on in. Now, it's still going to be warm, and we're going to get up to the upper 80s to right near 90 degrees today, but the drier air will be moving on in later this afternoon. Still a bit humid this morning. Dew points are still in the 70s across most of the area, so still a little humid, but that's the best part. Dew points dropping into the 60s this afternoon. They'll be in the 60s tomorrow. Even some of us will be in the 50s with our dew points, so nice dry air, and that is going to allow our temperatures to drop tonight. Tonight's going to be cool on the North Shore, low 60s waking up Friday morning. morning, maybe even a 59 here and there. River parishes, bayou parishes in the 60s, New Orleans upper 60s to low 70s. So it is going to be a nice start on Friday. Nice start on Saturday too. So 3 days of decent weather before we got rain back in the forecast along with humidity. Now rain today fall will be mainly in the Gulf and right near the mouth of the river in lower Lafourche, lower Jefferson. So Port Fourche on Grand Isle could see a few showers today, but the rest of us look pretty dry. And we're going to stay pretty dry through Saturday. Sunday though, moisture is back in here. That's thanks to a tropical wave, and it looks like that moisture will stick around for a couple of days. That's where the tropical wave is right now, right near Honduras, moving inland. So not going to do much over the next couple of days as it moves over Belize and parts of the Yucatan there. And then as we go into Saturday, they've now bumped this up to a 30% chance. I didn't have a chance to just update it, but a little bit better chance of maybe trying to develop down here in the far southwestern Gulf. And a lot of models do move this if a circulation does develop into Mexico or maybe South Texas there. Regardless, looks like we'll get some moisture up on that east side. It's a big pocket of moisture, and that's why our rain chances will increase Sunday and throughout early next week. So I hope you can enjoy the next 3 days. They're going to be pretty good, relatively speaking. We'll have lots of sunshine during the afternoons. It'll be warm in the upper 80s. The mornings will be nice and comfortable in the 60s and 70s with low humidity. And while the temperatures will be warm in the afternoon, it's going to feel pretty good thanks to the decreasing humidity. April?
Yeah, thank you, Peyton. 6:51, and as we approach the 7 a.m. hour, traffic in the metro area continues to be very quiet. Highway 11 still closed due to construction until further notice. That's been going on now for about 2 years at this point, guys. Twin spans are going to be your best alternate route, and they look good both east and westbound. Focusing on some closures that we have region-wide that many of you all should know about if you haven't already. LA 23 still closed from Ironton to West Point LaHash due to water on the roadways. Unfortunately, we do still have a lot of watered down power lines and debris on the roads region-wide. LA 631 still not passable from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines. Linemen have been working extremely hard, so hopefully we can see some improvement with that next week. LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road still does have debris as well as water on the roadways. Join us after the break for more Eyewitness Morning News.
We are keeping you informed of distributions and other relief efforts in the area. Later today in Chalmette, there will be a distribution of water and ready-to-eat meals. It's taking place at the Nunez Community College at 1 o'clock. In addition to today's distribution, Nunez is letting the public use their library to use the computers and to recharge their devices. The library will be open from 9 until 3. In Tangipahoa Parish, the Missouri group Operation Barbecue Relief will be providing free meals at 2 locations. Lunch and dinner will be available at the Lowe's in Hammond and the Tangi Academy. And in Hammond, the Red Cross will provide a free lunch at the Beacon Light of Hammond.
And still to come on the Eyewitness Morning News, we continue our coverage of the aftermath of Ida. We'll have the latest voter registration deadlines after the governor agreed to push back the dates for the fall elections because of the hurricane. We're telling you all you need to know to reunite with your pets if you got separated from them during the storm. And don't go anywhere. The Eyewitness Morning News continues right after the break.
Well, welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News on WUPL on this Thursday, September 9th.
It is day 11 since Hurricane Ida made landfall here in Louisiana. Seems like it's been longer than that.
It does feel like it's been a long time.
It left a layer of destruction in the storm's path. The Louisiana Department of Health announced 11 new deaths because of the storm, raising the number to people who have died from Ida to 26.
And meanwhile, 90% of Entergy customers in New Orleans have had their power restored. 95% of Clico customers on the North Shore are back online, and 96% of people with the Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op all have had their lights turned back on.
Yeah, and we have a lot more coming up, including information to help you recover from the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. So many people hit so hard.
Oh my goodness, yes. And so many people doing cleanup. That's why we are glad Peyton has good news on the weather front today. Drier air, you say the nicest weather we've seen in a while, Peyton.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, a lot of the poor folks down in the Bayou and River parishes still don't have power, and they need some relief from this heat. Certainly, they're the ones who have been having to sleep in their homes with no air conditioning. Dry air is moving on in. So dew points are what we look at here when we're looking at how humid it feels. And you can see there, 60-degree dew points. That's pretty nice. That's going to be moving in later today. It's still humid this morning, but by this afternoon and evening, it'll feel better. Temperature-wise, upper 80s to low 90s. Yeah, we're going to have a mix of sun and clouds here and there, but more so sunshine later on today as the dry air takes over. And it's going to take over through at least Saturday. So 90 today, 88 tomorrow. The best part of the kind of 3-day forecast here is going to be Friday, especially tomorrow morning. Low 60s away from the lake. That is that nice cool air. It's not going to be a humid 60, and 71 here in New Orleans. That's certainly going to be nice as well. We are usually waking up in the upper 70s, so take about 10 degrees off what it is this morning. That's what it'll be tomorrow. Same thing on Saturday. Still warm in the afternoon, but low humidity around. And then as we go into Sunday, the moisture's back, the humidity's back, the rain chances are back. So we'll talk more about that in just a bit. April.
Thanks, Peyton. 6:59, and accidents and breakdown free. The story, honestly, since Hurricane Ida made landfall after it has cleared, has been which areas are open and which are closed in regards to the roadways. Most of the closures that we're seeing right now are going to be more region-wide than metro-wide, but I am going to share a few of those with you guys this morning. LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road, unfortunately, still does have both debris as well as water on the roadways. So until further notice, that area will be closed. closed, along with LA 445. Near Ponchatoula, it is closed from rising water from the Tangipahoa River. A lot of people take LA 445, so please be patient. Hopefully that water can recede soon. Highway 51 so closed north of LaPlace. I-55 is going to be your best alternate route. Finally, the I-10 and I-55 exit ramps are open in LaPlace. Many people are actually coming back in from evacuating last week, so finally we are seeing some progress here, especially for LaPlace residents.
After people were evacuated last week from their homes, about 600 senior citizens will be slowly being moved back into their living facilities here in New Orleans. They were taken to emergency shelters in North Louisiana in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. Asha Staples has been following the story for us and joins us live from one of those living facilities. And well, you're Flint Goodrich, right?
Yes, I am at Flint Goodrich. It's one of 9 senior living facilities that had to evacuate ahead of the storm. When that did happen, days later, we did find out that 5 residents had died because of unsafe conditions. So as a result, the city of New Orleans went through thorough inspections of all living facilities. Deputy Administrative Officer Peter Bowen says inspections revealed more issues like deferred maintenance and work done without permits. He says there were also issues with resident room windows painted shut. Bowen says as of Wednesday afternoon, 8 of the 9 facilities were cleared to reopen, and the city will act on all code violations. City leaders say a part of the chaos in getting seniors evacuated stemmed from management not being on site and having a way to reach the residents. Not wanting to go through that again, Mayor LaToya Cantrell says she wants a city-wide rental registry.
Our team, along with the state fire marshal and state agencies where applicable, will be and have been thoroughly inspecting the 9 senior apartment and living facilities that we had to close as a city. The building evaluation and strike team evaluated several and cleared for them to reopen.
The obvious hope here is residents can return to their homes better than how they left it prior to the storm. Again, the city is expecting to welcome dozens of residents home starting on today. So as we learn more information about this whole situation, of course, we'll keep you updated both on air and online. Reporting live from Flint Goodrich Apartments, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you very much, Asha. In Orleans Parish, city officials are giving an update on the crime situation following Hurricane Ida, specifically looting numbers. Orleans Parish Sheriff Marlon Guzman is saying that since Hurricane Ida made landfall, 63 arrests have been made for looting. Guzman says that these looting arrests are not widespread, and their team is working diligently to prevent and address the situation.
Fall elections have been pushed back a month. Governor Edwards approved Secretary of State Kyle Ardoin's emergency election plan to postpone the elections because of all the storm damage. He cited damage to polling places and a lot of displaced election workers. The primary election will now be held on Saturday, November 13th. The runoff election will be on Saturday, December the 11th. This is the second year in a row that Louisiana has exercised an emergency election plan. The emergency election plan in 2020 extended early voting and vote by mail options due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Postponing the election means early voting and voter registration deadlines have also changed. The deadlines to register to vote in person or by mail for the primary election is October the 13th. The deadline to register to vote is October 23rd. Early voting will take place on October 30th through November the 6th from 8:30 till 6 p.m. at your registrar or voter's office. For the runoff election, the deadline to register to vote in person or by mail is November the 10th, and deadlines to register to vote online is November 20th. Early voting for that election will be happening on November 27th through December 4th from 8:30 in the morning till 6 p.m.
Well, 10 days after Hurricane Ida shredded her roof, Candace Pep was the first of up to 70,000 households in Louisiana to get a temporary roof on Wednesday. It's part of Operation Blue Roof. It's a program that rolls out industrial-strength plastic sheeting to protect homes until permanent repairs are made. Officials aim to put about 800 blue roofs per day once the program is moving full speed. And there's still time to apply for the program if you haven't already. To do that, you'll want to go online to blueroof.us or call their toll-free number 1-888-ROOF-BLUE, and that's blue without the E, spelled out. That's 1-888-766-3258.
Today in St. Bernard Parish, the parking lot at the AST building on Nunez's Chalmette campus will serve as a water distribution point. The water will be given out at 1 o'clock this afternoon on a first-come, first-served basis. Community members coming to pick up the water are being asked to enter the lot from behind the AST building on West Magnolia Drive.
The Humane Society of Louisiana staff, board members, and volunteers have been working nonstop since Hurricane Ida hit Louisiana and have provided a wide variety of services to thousands of pet owners ever since. And now that people are returning home, they want to make sure your pet has a good meal to eat. So happening today, the group will be hosting a pet food distribution drive at the South Vacherie Park in St. James Parish. That's this afternoon from 1 until 2:30. And in the aftermath of Ida, the Louisiana SPCA says it picked up several stray animals that are being held there for 3 days in hopes they can be returned to their owners. In order to reunite as many families as possible, the LA SPCA has started a dedicated section on its website to display animals currently being held as strays. You can visit the website www.louisianaaspca.org/strays. That's laspca.org/strays to see which animals are there. And once you're there, you should review the photos to see if your pet is listed. If you see them, then you should fill out a lost pet report on the website or call 504-368-5191.
And so many businesses are still closed. If you're heading back to the area, you want to know what's open. If you haven't left, like we haven't left, you still want to know what's open. And you want to know where you can get supplies, the supplies you need, especially if you need to get medicine or to get supplies to fix your home.
Yeah, a number of pharmacies are open on both the north and the south shores, including a number of Walgreens and family-owned businesses. This is just a small number of those you can visit on your screen.
There are also quite a few ATMs in operation, including those at Gulf Coast Bank, as well as ones located at a number of gas stations and hotels.
And as far as getting supplies for making repairs, most Lowe's and Home Depots across the area have reopened, as well as some Ace Hardware stores and others.
And now we know that this is a long list to take in, but if you want to see more, we have a complete and very detailed list of things that are open on our website, WWLTV.com. Look under the Open NOLA headline, and we'll be updating that list as soon as we see more businesses, stores, etc. open up.
Well, power has returned to the French Quarter, but have people? Some restaurants are anxious to open their doors, but with few tourists. Heather Fontaine shows us just how quiet the quarter can be.
Normally at Café du Monde, you'd see not one, not two, but 3 different lines out the door. Today, it's a different story. You can go right up to the counter and place your order. Now, you may not be able to see the usual hustle and bustle of the French Quarter, but some here say they're at least starting to feel it come back to life.
This little light of mine, and I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Thank you, Lord.
Robert Green doesn't need a crowd.
I start singing anyway.
But he's always used to an audience here at Café du Monde.
It's been kind of slow.
The beignet shop opened for business this week for the first time since Hurricane Ida's winds ripped through the French Quarter, leaving it without power for days.
It's a sense of normalcy because you're getting back to doing what you do.
Café du Monde President Jay Roman recognizes the empty seats. You'll see a lot of them walking around the quarter.
It brings a tear to my eye, to say the least, because I've never seen it like this.
The few tables filled are by people like Christy Harmon. She's here from out of town to help out at the Veterans Hospital.
No one stops trying here.
Including the businesses who were quick to put up their open signs, a sign of perseverance.
It's been lovely. I'm not saying it's not difficult. It gives you a lot of hope for the future.
The city's Office of Business and External Services is now asking residents and business owners to remove any plywood or other window coverings installed for the hurricane from their homes and buildings.
The heart's still here.
And with each day,
it always comes back. It will come back again.
A little more light
Let it shine,
to bring us out of the dark.
let it shine.
Heather Fontaine,
Amen.
Eyewitness News.
And we do have some breaking news in the deaths of a New Orleans police detective, Everett Briscoe, and a local businessman, Dyron Ricolfi. Houston police have arrested a 3rd suspect in the case. 19-year-old Khalil Nelson has been arrested. Police in Houston have not said what the charges he'll be facing are. Nelson is expected to be in court this morning. He'll be charged alongside with 2 other previously announced suspects, Frederick Jackson and Anthony Jenkins. They're charged with 2 counts of capital murder. All 3 men are accused of shooting Detective Briscoe and his friend Ricolfi during an attempted armed robbery at a Houston restaurant. Detective Briscoe died at the scene. Ricolfi died later at the hospital. Detective Briscoe and Ricolfi were on a trip with fellow Zulu members at the time. We'll bring you more as soon as we get it from authorities in Houston on this new arrest in this heartbreaking case. Right now we're at 7:10 and Peyton's checking out the forecast for us, and it's a good one.
Yeah, for once, got some decent weather headed our way. It'll get here today, but the best of it's going to be tomorrow morning across the area. More on that in just a second. Here's a live look outside. We're starting off pretty quiet, except for a few showers down along the mouth of the river. It is pretty quiet, and here's why. We got a cold front coming, and you notice there's not a whole lot of cold air behind this cold front, meaning there's not a sharp temperature gradient. And a sharp temperature gradient is when it goes from warm to cold really fast. It's not going to happen with this one. It's an early September front. So really it's just going to bring in some drier air, but some slightly cooler air moving in tonight. So what you're going to notice this afternoon is the dew points. The dew points are the measurement of how humid it feels. And anytime you have dew points in the 70s, it's humid. Still humid this morning. But as we get into this afternoon, this evening, dew points in the low 60s. We'll get into the upper 50s with some of our dew points across the area. And it stays that way all the way through tomorrow. So that nice dry air settles in, and it's going to be here for at least 3 days. One thing you're going to notice tomorrow morning is how nice and cool it feels. This is going to be some of the coolest air we've seen in a little while. And it's not going to be cold, but I think you're going to enjoy it, especially on the North Shore. Low 60s up there tomorrow morning. Low to mid 60s in the Bayou and River parishes, and even New Orleans will be in the low 70s Friday morning. Saturday morning, same story, nice and cool. Rain chances are 0 through Saturday, except for a few showers along the coast, but the rest of us looking dry. Sunday and Monday, though, the rain chances are back, and that's as we get another round of tropical moisture. It's not surprising that the tropical map looks like this as we head in through the peak of hurricane season. Lots going on. Tropical depression Mindy over southern Georgia, Hurricane Larry near the Bermuda Island out there, and then an area to watch off the continent of Africa. Also an area to watch here in the Caribbean. This is the one we're going to be watching as we go into next week. And while we really don't expect any significant development right now, there is a big area of moisture associated with this tropical wave, and that is going to get up to us and increase our rain chances through the beginning of next week. So the chance of development still needs to change that. 30% now as we go into around Saturday and Sunday in the far southwestern Gulf. Might move into Mexico and really not do anything beyond that. There are some models that bring it into southern Texas by Tuesday, and could be a depression by then. We'll be watching it, but either way, the steering for this is going to be around high pressure. The high pressure is actually going to get a little bit stronger this weekend and next week, and that should steer this west of us. So it would be difficult for this to get up to us here in southeast Louisiana. Now, the moisture will likely get to us on the eastern side of it, but that just means we'll see increasing rain chances by Sunday and Monday. So there's the front moving through, lots of dry air through Saturday. Here's the big plume of moisture moving up into the Gulf by Saturday and Sunday. It'll get to us on Sunday, stick around on Monday, and really kind of stick around through early next week. Even if we do get a center trying to form, it'll probably be towards Mexico and Texas. But yeah, that puts us with that side with the moisture and southerly flow. So that's why we have rain chances on the rise by Sunday. So I hope you enjoy the next 3 days. The overnight hours are going to be really nice. The afternoons are still going to be warm, but lots of sunshine, and low humidity means it will be bearable. And then Sunday, the moisture's back. It'll be humid, and we'll be watching for some rain. April.
Yeah, thank Peyton for that update. 7:13 this morning. It's still accident install free region and metro-wide. The story of the morning remains which areas are closed and which are open. All of the major interstates are open from Hurricane Ida. No restrictions or advisories on the causeway, and those major arteries leading to the city look great. I-10 and I-55 exit ramps are finally open as well in Laplace. I know a lot of people are returning from being evacuated, and many people want to get to Laplace and surrounding areas, so that'll be good for you guys. Highway 51 still closed, unfortunately, north of Laplace.
Today, local McDonald's are back at it again, serving thousands of free hot meals to folks who were affected by the hurricane. The grab-and-go meals will be given out at the McDonald's Big Rig, at their North Broad location from 10 this morning till 2 this afternoon. It'll run through September the 11th. And WWL-TV has partnered with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana and the Saints to help raise money and collect supplies for our neighbors in need.
And yesterday, Sharice Gibson sat down with linebacker Demario Davis to discuss why the team wanted to get involved and to share his message of hope with Southeast Louisiana.
You've gotten a lot of the other captains that play along with you on the New Orleans Saints to join in on this effort. I mean, was that a hard task, or did they immediately jump in and say they wanted to help?
Yeah, everybody was already all hands on deck. We have a tremendous group of leaders just trying to figure out how can we have the most impact, and how can we collaborate our efforts together, and how can we work with people such as United Way, who have such credibility in the community, who've done real work for a long time.
Why that particular organization? There's so many out there.
The biggest reason you work with United Way is because not only do they have the credibility and experience of doing it so long, but they also know how to measure impact. So they do a good job of doing awareness on the front end, of realizing who needs the help, what areas are going to be most impacted maybe by their prior condition, and then understanding how to outsource efforts in a way that's going to have the biggest impact.
If you could share a message of inspiration for everyone here that'll be watching, and of course donating and receiving some of those donations.
We're resilient people, and everybody that lives here understands that, and so there's no question, no doubt that we're going to recover from this, that we're going to rebuild from this. We just kind of have to work together, go through it, and we're going to see it to the other side. And so if it had to happen to anybody, there's no one more prepared and built for it than this community. And so we're going to be okay.
If you would like to help the United Way of Southeast Louisiana, here are some things they need: water and sports drinks, formula and baby supplies, toiletries, and cleaning and rebuilding supplies. Now, they're not accepting food or clothing. To find the exact drop-off locations or a more detailed list of donatable items, scan the QR code on your screen or go to unitedwaysela.org/Ida Relief. Peyton?
All right, thanks, Sheba. And there are a ton of ways to give, of course, not only United Way, but hopefully people are helping on out, and I know a lot of people across the country are doing that. Now, fortunately for our weather, the next couple of days are going to be pretty nice. Now, we do have some showers and storms this morning down in Lower Plaquemines, some downpours down there off the mouth of the river. That's about it, and I think that's where most of the rain is going to be through the morning and afternoon. There is about a 20 to 30% chance the closer you get to the coast, but that's just because the cool front's going to take its time getting on down here. So there'll still be a low chance of a few showers down there, but inland and North Shore, I'm not expecting any rainfall today. So 3 days of great weather. And when I say great weather, it's all relative. For September, this is probably as good as it's going to get, especially early September. So sunny today, sunny tomorrow, sunny Saturday. Lower humidity moves in later today. Tomorrow's dry. The morning's going to be great. Saturday morning's going to be fantastic. You're going to wake up and just think, what a treat this is. It does not last long, though. By Sunday, the moisture is back. Our rain chances are back, too. Our high temperatures are going to stay in the upper 80s. But, of course, with the humidity returning by Sunday and through early next week, those upper 80s are going to start to feel more like the 90s. April?
Yeah, thank you for that update, Peyton. I-55 and I-10 exit ramps are finally open in Laplace. Excuse me, and as many of you all travel back to New Orleans and the surrounding areas in Louisiana to check on your homes, many people are still evacuated. This is a bright spot to our morning. Highway 51, unfortunately, still is closed in Laplace due to, or excuse me, north of Laplace due to high water on the roadways until further notice. LA 445, a lot of people take that near Ponchatoula, is still closed as well due to rising water from the Tangipahoa River. LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road does still have debris and water on the roadways. In turn, it is still closed as well.
Thank you very much. They're getting ready to get their first matchup of the new season. They take on the Green Bay Packers in Jacksonville. The good news is they'll be entering that game healthy. The heat in Jacksonville could also be an advantage to the Saints. They definitely have an advantage of the unknown with the new offensive lineup under Jameis Winston. What we do know is the Packers, what they'll bring. Ricardo LeCompte has more on that.
Adams, the tailback, to his right. Unlike last season, only one future Hall of Fame quarterback will play in Sunday's Packers-Saints game. And Aaron Rodgers has put aside his offseason fight with the Green Bay front office to concentrate on this battle against New Orleans.
Looking, has a man, that ball's caught.
Rodgers got the best of the black and gold secondary last year, throwing for 3 touchdowns and no picks, and registering a quarterback rating over 124.
It's a different year, man. We gonna come out here and we just gonna do what we have to do, take it one play at a time and handle our business. eliminate those explosive plays.
Left deep throw down the near side.
The plan for Sunday, and the secondary currently being revamped. The Black and Gold signed former Falcons DB Desmond Trufant recently, and are waiting to finalize a trade with the Texans for former first-round pick Bradley Roby.
36, and
But Roby won't play week 1 since he's serving the remainder of his 6-game suspension from last season. And Ken Crawley landed on the injury report Wednesday with a hamstring injury. Not the position they want to be in, facing an improved Packers receiving core led by all-pro wideout Davante Adams.
And a catch, touchdown.
Last year we played the Saints without Davante, so I think every week, you know, it could go to multiple different people, and teams got to decide on how they want to defend us. We got a lot of confidence in everybody, all the skill positions on our offense, and it's always a challenge, which is a good challenge, to try to get everybody involved in the game.
Plenty of weapons at Aaron Rodgers' disposal, and he won't have to deal with the packed Superdome for a second year in a row. The Saints once again miss out on using that home field advantage to disrupt his communication with his teammates.
I mean, it's tough not being in New Orleans. I mean, that does play a big factor, but we're just going to go out there and do our job.
The secondary did that throughout the year, after the Week 3 loss to the future Hall of Famer. Perhaps some of that play comes with them to Jacksonville.
Turns that one away to be
Ricardo Lecomte, Eyewitness Sports.
By the way, tonight at 6:30, we have some must-see TV. You can join the sports team here at Channel 4, along with Saints analyst Nick Underhill, with an eye on the Black and Gold special to get ready for the Sunday game against the Packers in Jacksonville, including what you need to know if you want to make a last-minute trip to Jacksonville, Florida. We'll be right back after the break. River parishes like St. Charles are in desperate need of help and supplies. They were hit hard by the storm, and they're getting a boost from some strangers on social media, including a TikToker from Luling who has turned his platform into philanthropy. Devin Bartolotta has that story.
There's no power, no drinkable water, and cell phone service is spotty here in St. Charles Parish. But if you ask Eric DeSoto, the connections here have never been stronger.
On every street of every neighborhood in St. Charles Parish, there are piles of personal effects, evidence of the lives upended by Hurricane Ida.
Just got blown down. It tore the back half of the roof off.
Eric DeSoto's house will have to be gutted.
All I can think about is like sofas where we used to watch TV as a family, beds where it was supposed to be like your resting place.
But DeSoto, or E-Rock as he's known on TikTok, has spent the last week helping those worse off.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You tell me if you need something and I'm bringing it to you. So people started messaging me, messaging other people in the neighborhood.
We first introduced you to E-Rock last November when he went viral for teaching TikTok some good old-fashioned Cajun French.
Hey, couillon.
He's now amassed more than 300,000 followers, virtual friends who became a real-life lifeline.
My phone blings and I got a PayPal. Then my phone blings again and I got a Venmo. And I told my wife, I was like, people are sending me money.
Couillon crew, coming through. Hey, Couillon.
In the last 10 days, his Couillon crew has sent him more than $25,000 to help the people of St. Charles Parish. He drove a U-Haul of supplies back from Houston.
I absolutely cannot thank y'all enough for the generosity, the kind words.
Says he's handed out $100 Home Depot gift cards, tarped up roofs.
I'm tired. It's hot out here.
And become a supply hub for the neighborhood.
This is Mr. Guillory.
Hello, Couillons. How y'all doing today?
He was having some generator troubles and his generator finally just crapped out.
A display of Louisiana love thanks to his following built on Louisiana culture.
I keep asking myself, like, why me? But then when I do help everybody else and I can raise all the money and all this stuff, then I realize it's not why me. It's like, why not me, right?
The harder question to answer, though, is when people ask why he chooses to stay here. For a family who came back to their damaged home already tarped up by friends, the answer has never been more obvious.
Because it is Louisiana. Because my house is destroyed. And I know that every single person that I know would be doing the same thing I'm doing. I just happen to have TikTok. That's all. That's the only difference. It's just entirely too powerful. I don't really want to leave.
DeSoto is teaming up with United Way St. Charles to coordinate bigger distributions, but is still collecting donations on his own. If you'd like to help, we have his PayPal and his Venmo information on our website, WWLTV.com. In Luling, Devin Bartolotta, Eyewitness News.
And amidst all that devastation, you see a story like that and it just warms your heart. Still to come on the Eyewitness Morning News, starting in our 8 o'clock hour, Sheba will be joining us live at the United Way in Araby to tell us about the massive fundraising effort the WWL TV team is taking to be part of those, to help those who are affected by Hurricane Ida. We have a whole lot more coming up, so stay right there. Good morning once again, and thanks for joining us for our 7:30 half hour on this Thursday, September the 9th. Here are the stories we're following this morning. Most of New Orleans senior living facilities that were closed after controversy brought on by Hurricane Ida, those places are cleared to reopen as the city tries to get seniors back into their homes. Duke Carter will join us live, telling about the story of a family that credits the levees in New Orleans, excuse me, for keeping the city safe. But before we get to all that, we do need to check in with Peyton Malone, who is, for a change, got a really nice forecast for us.
You know, this is, I think, the best forecast I've had since before the hurricane, and the reason for it, a cool front. Now, don't get excited, no cold air, but drier air is headed our way. That's where it's at. It's now moving through parts of the Florida parishes. It'll be moving through the rest of the area through today, and it's going to bring some drier air. So it is still a little humid outside, but by this afternoon and evening, dry air is here. Temperature is still warm in the upper 80s, so no cold air, but tonight is going to be quite nice. And here's what we're looking at. Waking up tomorrow morning, this is going to be a big treat for everyone who still doesn't have power. 60s away from the lake. Even a few 59s are possible north of the lake. 71 in the metro, that's going to be pretty nice. And 88 tomorrow afternoon, lots of sunshine. It will be dry. The only chance of rainfall today, tomorrow, and Saturday is going to be right near the coast in the mouth of the river. That's where that front is going to start to stall out. So there could be still a shower or two down there, but the inland areas and most stay dry all the way through Saturday. And even Saturday morning, look at that, looking pretty good in the 60s and 70s as well. The afternoons are still going to be warm, but the evenings, the overnight hours are going to be just pretty amazing compared to what we've been dealing with. Now, this is not amazing, just a ton of stuff going on out in the tropics. Nothing is an immediate threat to Louisiana. Nothing is expected to be an immediate threat, but we are watching this tropical wave in the Caribbean. That could bring us some rainfall on Sunday and Monday. So we'll break down why that is coming up in a bit. April?
Yeah, thank you, Peyton, for that update. 7:33 this morning, still seeing lots of areas that remain closed region-wide. The metro area is looking a whole lot better, but regardless, region metro-wide, we do have several areas that still have traffic lights that are either down or flashing. So if you do see an area that either has down traffic lights or flashing, please treat the area as a four-way stop. People are just totally disregarding that on the road since Hurricane Ida made landfall. Please make sure that you're avoiding any future accidents. LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road does still have debris as well as water on the roadways, and it is closed until further notice. LA 445 near Ponchatoula is closed as well from rising water from the Tangipahoa River.
For now, most of the New Orleans senior living facilities that had to be evacuated and closed after Hurricane Ida have been cleared to reopen. As Mike McDaniel explains, those facilities were inspected, and that put a spotlight on the existing problems here in town as the city tries to get seniors back into their homes.
After being evacuated last week from their homes, about 600 seniors will slowly be brought back to their senior living facilities in New Orleans.
We're going to make our timeline to get them back as soon as possible as well, again, based on livability of the facility that they were in.
They were taken to emergency shelters in North Louisiana in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida because of unsafe conditions inside their privately ran facilities. 5 people died. 9 properties were forced to close, leading to thorough inspections from the city.
We were looking for things that either were or could become problems to either life safety or quality of life.
Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Peter Bowen says inspections revealed more issues, like deferred maintenance and work done without permits.
The first site we went to, the pump room door had been painted shut. You know, the fire prevention officer that was with us, you know, when he tried to pull it open, the door handle ripped off. You know, clearly no one's been in there.
There were also issues with resident room windows painted shut. Bowen says as of Wednesday afternoon, 8 of the 9 facilities were cleared to reopen, and the city will act on all code violations.
First priority, making sure folks can come home safely, but it is absolutely a top priority to hold people accountable and to make sure that folks are maintaining their building for all of our residents.
City leaders say part of the chaos in getting seniors evacuated stemmed from management not being on site and having no way to reach them. Not wanting to go through that again, Mayor LaToya Cantrell wants a citywide rental registry.
It is just really for us to have information so that when we get reports that come directly to us, that we know who the ownership is and can respond, you know, in a timely manner.
As city leaders work to bring seniors home, the hope is they return to a place better than how they left it. Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
By the way, 23 other senior living facilities are also being inspected. They were forced to close, but the city wants to make sure there were no existing problems that may show up in the future. Officials with the Southeast Flood Protection Authority are pleased to know that the levees did withstand Hurricane Ida's strength. Duke Carter joins us with more on that. And Duke, we understand that officials are now assessing the levees and they find out where they might be improved. They weren't tested at the full height, but they were tested.
They were definitely tested, and according to leaders, they say that that storm surge, while not as strong as Katrina, Ida did definitely bring in that storm surge. And so now, as you just said, Eric, the team of the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority, they're going to have teams going out and inspecting the levees to see how they can improve. Good morning, good morning, good morning. To see how they can improve to make sure they can protect people who are biking along Lakeshore Drive, people make sure who have businesses here, to make sure people's lives are safe. And so they say each storm is different. And again, Ida did not bring as much storm surge as Katrina did. I want to show you all some video at this time. And so the regional director for the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority East, they said that they oversee nearly 200 miles of levee as well as flood walls, flood gates, and pumping stations that protects both Orleans and JP, Jefferson Parish. Now, the regional director, Kelly Chandler, says now after the storm hit, contractors are going to remove the debris from the levees to ensure they are functioning properly. And while the contractors do that, leaders with the organization say they are now assessing to make sure the levee protection system is better for the next storm that could have an impact in the area.
We've gone out and done assessments. We will be finishing up those assessments today along with CPRA. We have found no damage to the levees, which is great news.
Doesn't look like any damage on it. I think it's doing its job.
So coming up in the 8:30 half hour of the show, we're going to hear more from leaders with the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority, just making sure that they're assessing the damage, assessing the levee to make sure that there is no damage, to make sure people's lives are safe. But now they're reporting. Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
Thanks, Duke. Obviously, certainly glad to hear that. But as he mentioned, it's important to realize Katrina and Ida were two different storms. Katrina's surge, much different than Ida's, even though the category was higher with Ida. There's more to the storm surge than just the category. It's the storm structure, and Katrina's wind field was just giant. So that's one of those differences. But we are glad they held here. All right, there's our rain chances. You can see there about a 0% chance all the way through Saturday. Not really expecting much in the way of rainfall into the weekend. If we do see any rain today, it would be near the coast, the mouth of the river. And we've already got a few showers and storms down there, but it should stay down there thanks to that front. Then rain chances back up Sunday and Monday. We get some moisture back in here from a tropical wave. Now, the tropics are very, very active. We've got Larry, which is still a hurricane. It's near Bermuda. Mindy's a tropical depression in southern Georgia. It's heading out into the Atlantic soon. I've had a lot of people in Florida saying they're heading back home. Do they need to worry about Mindy? No, it's just a little bit of shower activity. No big problems here locally for your travel back to Louisiana today from really anywhere in the area. Then the area to watch is that tropical wave down in the Caribbean. That's the one that could bring us a little bit of rainfall early next week. Now, there's not much to it right now, and the tropical wave is kind of stretched out here, but the moisture's on the northern side of it, and it's a pretty big area of moisture. You can't really see it here, but the moisture kind of filled with this extends all the way up to nearly Cuba, and that's going to be moving into the Yucatan Peninsula area and eventually the southwestern Gulf by this weekend. That's when it does have a chance of development. And what's steering this right now, and the chance is pretty low, is this high pressure off the East Coast. You can see it building stronger and stronger as we go into the weekend. So that will likely steer whatever this is either into Mexico or far south Texas if it does ever become a depression or a storm. It would not be able to get up to us with this type of steering pattern. But that's with the center. The moisture of this is going to be able to get up to us, it looks like. And kind of breaking it down here, you can see the cool front moves in today. Dry air for at least through Saturday. But there's that big plume of moisture with that tropical wave. And it's big. I mean, it goes all the way from the southern Gulf to the northern Gulf, taking up nearly the entire Gulf Basin here. This is by Sunday morning. The moisture moving on in. There's the tropical wave moving over towards Mexico or Texas, but we're close enough to where we have some of that humidity and tropical moisture around. That'll stick around throughout much of early next week. So our rain chances are going to go back up. The humidity will go back up. We'll get a southerly wind, and we'll return back to more of a muggy pattern with some rain around. But you do get 3 days of nice weather, and this is the best 3 days we've had in quite some time. No rainfall, low humidity. It is still going to be warm in the afternoons, but it's going to be manageable. It's not going to be oppressive. It's not going to feel, you go outside and immediately start sweating because of the humidity. you will actually be able to be cool in the shade at times. So the overnight hours are going to be the best part. Friday morning, tomorrow morning, 61 on the North Shore, might even see a 59 here and there, 71 in New Orleans. If you're in the bayou parishes or river parishes, you're looking at the mid to low 60s tomorrow. Lots of sunshine in the afternoon with warm temperatures. Same thing on Saturday. And then Sunday, the moisture and the rain do make a comeback. April.
Yeah, thank you, Peyton. 741 and so accident and stall free, but we do have several areas that remain closed in the region. We are seeing progress a little each day, so definitely I'll keep you guys posted throughout the week to let you know what areas are still closed versus open. LA 445 is going to be one of those areas, unfortunately, that does still remain closed near Ponchatoula from rising water from the Tangipahoa River until further notice. LA 1077 from LA 22 still closed to the end of the road, and that is due to both debris as well as water on the roadways, and still not seeing any changes along LA 631. It is still not passable from JP Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines.
Thank you very much. Hurricane Ida dealt such a huge blow to so many people across southeast Louisiana. That's why WWL-TV has partnered with the United Way to get storm victims some of the help they need. Carmen Chow joins us from Arabi, where a big distribution event is getting underway in just a few hours.
Good morning. This event begins in 3 hours, and at yesterday's event we saw a line of people here in advance, and that's something we are expecting today as well. If you'd like to help the victims, there are 3 ways you can do so. You can first give a gift to the United Way of Southeast Louisiana's Hurricane Ida Relief Fund. You can also volunteer your time to help neighbors by supplying giveaways and evacuation support. And lastly, donate any kind of materials, whether it's hygiene products or food, will make a huge difference since getting access to food now has become difficult for many people. If you're donating, here's what you should donate: water and sports drinks, baby formula, toiletries, and mitigation supplies like cleaning products, garbage bags, and tools. Today's event begins at 10 a.m. and goes until 1 p.m. And again, that's happening here at the St. Bernard Parish Community Center. Reporting in Arabi, Carmen Chow, Eyewitness News.
It's 7:47. We're getting some updates on when some area schools are planning to have kids come back into classrooms. St. Tammany Parish Public Schools will reopen on Monday. Officials there say they've evaluated every school campus and determined that they can open safely. If you can't return on Monday, you should get in touch with your school's principal. St. James schools will remain closed through next Friday, September 17th. Officials say some of the schools there did receive substantial damage from Ida, and plans are being made right now to repair the building so students can return to in-person learning soon. And Delgado will remain closed until September the 20th. Online learning and remote work will be happening at Delgado September 20th through October the 1st. In Tangipahoa Parish, the Missouri Group Operation Barbecue Relief will be providing free meals at 2 locations. That sounds good. Lunch and dinner will be available at the Lowe's in Hammond and at the Tangi Academy. And in Hammond, the Red Cross will provide a free lunch at the Beacon of Light in Hammond. Right now it is 7:48. Actually, today would be a nice day to eat outside.
Yeah, this afternoon's going to be pretty good. We got the cool front moving on in, and don't expect a blast of colder air, but that drier air will be filtering in through today. Ahead of that front, we do have some storms down in the Gulf. These are some pretty big storms, but they're moving south, and we've also got a few showers and storms right off the mouth of the river. So the chance of rain today is going to be mainly along the coastal areas. Pretty low chance, but there is maybe 1 or 2 showers that pop up later this afternoon as that front blows on through. Now, tomorrow morning is going to be fantastic. Low 60s on the North Shore. Bayou and River parishes in the 60s. New Orleans in the 70s waking up. The afternoon will be warm but dry. Find a shade tree. It'll be pretty nice outside. Same thing on Saturday, but by Sunday the moisture's returning along with that tropical wave in the Gulf. Not really expecting any direct impacts here from it, but we'll get enough of that moisture that our rain chances will increase Sunday, and they'll stay pretty high through the beginning of next week. April?
Yeah, I think Peyton, definitely looking forward to it being a little bit nicer outside, at least for a short amount of time. 7:49 this morning, and still accident and breakdown free. We do have several areas in the region that do remain out of service if you're going to be traveling in certain areas. LA 631, is going to be one of those areas still not passable, unfortunately, from JB Green Road to Simmons Road due to down power lines. And the same goes for LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the roadways. We do have both debris as well as water on the roads.
All right, since Hurricane Ida hit, we have seen so many people stepping up to help out other people who lost so much. Recently, Saints quarterback Jameis Winston has been working behind the scenes, donating supplies to some first responders. The NOPD posted these photos on their Facebook page showing the donation they got from Winston's Dream Forever Foundation. The department got a large supply of water, snacks, and sports drinks. In addition to that, Winston provided additional supplies to the homicide unit, which has been working in the community to secure tarps on the roofs of homes. Yesterday, the mayor thanked Winston for all his efforts.
Jameis Winston, oh my goodness. You know, he called me directly and he has just been deploying resources and supplies throughout the city. But I'm just saying the trailer that showed up at NOPD on yesterday was just phenomenal. And he even told me, he said, you know, Mayor, I watched that video you did for Russell Wilson. And he said, and I watched that video and I was adamant about showing you that I'm worth it. And he sure is. So that video paid off in a big way.
Yes, he did show her. Still to come on the morning news, in the aftermath of the hurricane, emotions can run high and you may have trouble coping with them. After the break, we'll be joined by a social worker from Oxnard with what you need to know about managing post-storm stress. And we all have it, whether we know it or not. Thousands of people in our viewing area are still without clean drinking water because of Ida, and that's a big problem. Later today, there'll be a water distribution event in St. Bernard Parish. You can go to the parking lot at the AST building that's on Nunez's campus in Chalmette to get clean water. The water will be given out at 1 o'clock. It'll be on a first-come, first-served basis. If you are attending the distribution event in Chalmette, you are asked to enter the lot from behind the AST building on West Magnolia Drive. And we all want to know what businesses are open because you're looking to try and find some place that's open after the storm. This includes places that are critical for post-storm recovery. A number of pharmacies on both sides of the lake, North and South Shores, including a number of Walgreens and family-owned businesses, are open. On your screen, we're showing just a small number of the locations that you can visit. You may also need to get some cash. There are quite a few ATMs in operation once again, including the ATMs at Gulf Coast Bank and at a number of gas stations around the metro area and in hotels too. As far as getting supplies for making repairs to your home, most Lowe's and Home Depot stores have reopened on the North and the South Shore, as well as a number of Ace hardware stores. A lot of hardware stores have reopened. If you need a second look at all the locations, you can just go to because there's a lot to talk about. You can get a more detailed list of what's open, what's not on our website, WWLTV.com. Just go on the look for the Open NOLA headline, click onto that, and we'll be updating that list as soon as we see more businesses opening. We are beginning our 8 o'clock hour with some breaking news in the murder investigation of a New Orleans police detective, Everett Briscoe, and a local businessman, Dyron Ricolfi. They were killed in Houston. Houston police have arrested a third suspect in the case, a 19-year-old named Khalil Nelson. Police have yet to reveal the charges he'll be facing. Nelson's expected to be in court sometime this morning. He'll be charged alongside with two other previously announced suspects in that case, Frederick Jackson and Anthony Jenkins. Both Jackson and Jenkins have been charged with 2 counts of capital murder. They're accused of shooting Ricolfi and Detective Briscoe on the patio of a restaurant in Houston during an armed robbery attempt back on August 21st. Detective Briscoe died at the restaurant. Ricolfi died a week later at the hospital. At the time of the shooting, Detective Briscoe and Ricolfi were on a trip to Houston with a bunch of their fellow Zulu members. They were just there for a good time when tragedy struck. Good morning once again, and thanks for joining us for our 8 o'clock hour of the Eyewitness Morning News on this Thursday, September the 9th. We're also expanding our extended coverage of Hurricane Ida's aftermath. I see Sheba is already out and about. You're over in Araby, right?
That's right, Eric. I'm in Araby at the Community Center of St. Bernard, and this because there is a huge giveaway going on today. One of 3 sites that the United Way of Southeast Louisiana has going on today. This site doesn't open until 10 o'clock, but just to show you the need this morning, I wanted to start here showing you guys the line already here at 8 o'clock this morning on St. Claude Avenue at the Community Center of St. Bernard Parish. Now, again, this is one of 3 distribution sites set up today. They had 2 yesterday, and the lines were just as long, so we wanted to show you guys how people are piling up early this morning. We're going to make our way over to the people who are making this all possible today. The United Way of Southeast Louisiana is doing these different distribution sites, and we at WWL-TV are partners in this. So we want to head over to Michelle Payne with United Way. She is going to talk to us about how they're getting set up here this morning. And Eric, it's really just amazing to see the effort of these volunteers who've been working tirelessly for days and now hours ahead of time for this distribution event. So WWL-TV and several Saints players are also partnering with the United Way to make this possible. And just take a look here at the boxes piling up. We've seen the need for basics across our areas, essentials like water, baby formula, all kinds of supplies. And so that's what the United Way is here today, gathering to make sure they can provide to folks. And as you can see the need, 2 hours early, you've got cars lined up. But we've seen the damage and devastation across our area, so it only makes sense that there's the need for these basic and essential supplies. Let's get over to Michelle Payne now. She's with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana, and as you can see, working hard this morning. So we appreciate you stopping to take a minute to tell us how you guys are preparing.
Absolutely, thank y'all for being here. Yeah, so we're out here this morning. We'll be giving away all sorts of supplies, food from a local vendor here, Gerald's. We have some financial assistance that we'll be giving. We'll also be giving Southeast Legal Services, so you can actually sign up for Southeast Legal Service. And what they do is they'll be calling them back to help them with FEMA applications and things like that as well.
Sure, and we've been covering, of course, the damage on TV, so we can only imagine the amount of need there is out there, but you guys actually deal with the people who need these essential supplies. We see people already lined up this morning. Just talk about how great the need is here.
Oh, it's huge. We had two of these events yesterday. One in Jefferson Parish. The line was huge. I mean, miles long. People need supplies. I mean, that's really what we're asking our community. I mean, our community has been amazing. They come together, they rally. We've all been through this before, but if they can bring us supplies or donations, that's honestly what we need right now.
Sure, and let's focus on those supplies and donations, because there are a lot of things I think that people would immediately think to bring, like clothing, that you guys are not accepting.
Yes, not clothing, no toys, but things, essentials. I mean, when you think about if your house gets destroyed, what do you need? You need tarps, you need water, you need some food. We are sending that to Second Harvest, but we will take some and then transport it to them. Any cleaning supplies, you know, we went out to Jean Lafitte yesterday. Cleaning supplies is what they needed. So we went and got mops and rakes and buckets and bleach. So those types of things are really what people need right now.
Sure, and I want to be very clear about the areas that you all serve. Kind of talk about the parishes you serve, because the Bayou region, some of it is not specifically included, but you have been helping them.
Absolutely. So through United Ways, we all cover different areas. We cover 7 parishes. So we go all the way from Lower Jefferson all the way up to Tangipahoa Parish. So we're actually having another event in Tangi today. But so we're covering those 7 parishes. We know the impact is extremely wide, but we are partnering with our other United Ways to even go beyond that reach. So we're giving them supplies, we're giving them donations. So we are trying to do what we can, but we also know that we need to serve our 7 parish region, because we know we have people hit right here at home.
Sure, and you got folks who can donate supplies, you also have people who can give money, and then you can also volunteer. So you've really got 3 ways to be involved.
Absolutely, you got it, exactly right. If you can give, volunteer, or donate, and everything is on our website. It's on UnitedWaySela.org. Everything is there. We would love to have people come out. I mean, we know people like to give in different ways. Any way is really going to help us out right now.
Sure, and that damage is always terrible to see, but I think you see the most beautiful of what we see out of this destruction, the people stepping up to help. Talk about the volunteers who've come just because they want to lend a helping hand.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's amazing to see this community come together. We have volunteers. We're going to have about 15 volunteers coming out here today. We have tons of people out here from all over in terms of, I mean, even just sourcing supplies to get here for today. We've had people from all over the country helping us out. You know, we had the Tulane Wife's coach help pick us up something in Birmingham and help get it to us. So, I mean, it is truly a community effort, just all working together to get people what they need.
It's absolutely amazing. Thank you for so much that you're doing. I'm going to let you get back to work. Michelle Payne, thank you so much for joining us. And it is amazing just to see the effort already being organized here and the folks lining up in need, Eric.
And Sheba, one of the things that always strikes me when you see volunteers out there doing this kind of yeoman's work, a lot of them have homes that were damaged, in some cases destroyed, and they still come out and help.
Yeah, it is beautiful to see the people who are impacted themselves, who take the time to give what they can. We've heard that from many parish officials in our area, right, whose homes were devastated, had to evacuate their families, and there they were on the front lines trying to get their parishes back up and running. So we'll definitely be speaking with more of the volunteers today and see if some of the folks who are in need in line want to speak to us as well.
Okay, that'd be good, because so many people have been hit so hard by this. I mean, sometimes, you know, if we lost power for 8, 10 days, whatever, that's the lucky ones. You know, you still have your roof, you still have a place to call home, you still can have clean water to drink, and so many don't.
Yeah, it is so true. And that's the thing. We see piles of bottled water here. It is easy to forget those things if you have them accessible, if you've had that for the past 10 days, right, that there are people who've run out of bottled water in their homes. So hopefully some of these people will share their stories of what they're going through, because I know it's tough out there.
All right, Sheba, I'm sure they'll want to talk to you. All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Eric.
you very much. And we'll be back with Sheba in our 8:30 half hour. You can find details about donation drop-off locations, distribution spots, and more on the United Way of Southeast Louisiana's website. You can also scan that QR code you see on the screen right now for more information on how you can be part of it if you want to volunteer, donate, or share some supplies. We've also posted a link on our website, wwltv.com, and you can help out there. Entergy is still working to try and restore power to parts of Jefferson and Orleans Parish that were expecting to get their power back on yesterday but did not get it. Entergy says damage to some of the power lines is prolonging their efforts in those two parishes. More than 46,000 customers are without power in Jefferson, more than 4,000 still without power in Orleans. That's way down from where it was. There are still tens of thousands of people without power in hard-hit Lafourche, St. Charles, St. John, Terrebonne, and Tangipahoa parishes. Remember, Entergy says those areas will not have power restored most likely till the end of the month because of the damage being so extensive down there. That's where the hurricane really did the most damage. Meanwhile, nearly 3,000 CLECO customers are still without power across the lake. That includes Washington and St. Tammany parishes. Governor Edwards will approve an update on Louisiana's recovery from Ida coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. This comes a day after the death toll from the storm took a big jump. The state health department has added 11 more deaths to its count of deaths from Ida, increasing the total number of people killed to 26. The majority of those 11 deaths were caused by excessive heat. People have been battling during the power outages and the excessive heat we've been seeing for days. New Orleans City Hall will reopen at 7 o'clock this morning, and later on the city will open more libraries to give people a place to cool down, charge their phones, and access computers and get Wi-Fi. We've posted the locations on our website, wwltv.com. Just click on the links tab at the top of the home page. After being evacuated last week from their homes, about 600 senior citizens will slowly be brought back to their living facilities here in New Orleans. They were taken to emergency shelters in North Louisiana in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. Asha Staples has been following this story for us and joins us live from one of those facilities. And the facilities you're talking about here are much different than those assisted facilities that we saw people evacuated to their warehouse in Tangipahoa Parish. This is a totally different story.
That's right. Those were nursing home residents that were evacuated to Tangipahoa Parish. We're talking about these privately owned apartments, senior living assisted apartments that these folks were living in. They did have to evacuate ahead of the storm, but as you mentioned, they'll be returning to their home beginning today and throughout the week, we're assuming. Right now, I am at Flint Goodridge, one of the 9 facilities that was evacuated ahead of the storm. And days later, after that storm happened, we did learn that 5 people had died. And that started a thorough inspection from the city between all of these facilities. Now, they were forced to close leading to those inspections. Deputy Administrative Officer Peter Bowen says inspections revealed more issues like deferred maintenance and work done without permits. Residents faced even more problems yesterday as they tried to return to get some of their clothing items and other supplies, but were turned away by employees. As city leaders work to bring residents home, the hope is they'll return to a place better than how they left it.
The manager was not here to advise us or to tell us what to do or where to go. It was really warm and dark because we didn't have no generator at all, which the manager had been telling us that we have a generator.
And as of Wednesday afternoon, we're told 8 of the 9 facilities were cleared to reopen, and the city will act on all code violations. City leaders say part of the chaos in getting seniors evacuated stemmed from management not being on site and having a way to reach all the residents. So a way for this not to happen again, Mayor LaToya Cantrell says she wants a city-wide rental registry. So again, they are expected to start returning to their homes on today. So any other new details we learn from this investigation, these inspections, will of course let you know. Reporting live at Flint Goodridge Apartments, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, Asha, thank you very much. Right now, we're at 8:11.
All right, and we are, looking at some better weather ahead of us over the next about 3 days. Now, it is still a bit humid outside this morning, but the cool front is moving through right now. That dry air is going to lag behind just a little bit, but we'll get a northerly wind today, and that'll push in the dry air throughout the entire day. It is still going to warm up. We'll be in the upper 80s to near 90 this afternoon. Mix of sun and clouds here and there. A lot more clear skies later this evening, and tonight will be mostly clear and dry. Here's what we're looking at, though. Cold front moving in. Still going to be warm, but the dew points are dropping. That's the humidity. So the muggies are going to go away for a couple of days. Still pretty humid through probably around lunchtime or so. And then really this afternoon, this evening, tomorrow night, it will be nice and dry. And that is going to allow those temperatures tonight to really drop. Do think we're going to see some low 60s on the North Shore tonight. You're going to wake up tomorrow morning on the North Shore, and some of you are probably going to think it's a little chilly outside. Low 60s up here. We might even see a 59 here and there. River parishes low to mid 60s. Bayou parishes in the mid 60s tomorrow morning. Down along the coast, we'll be even in the upper 60s to low 70s, and we'll be in the low 70s in New Orleans, about 70 to 71. So that is a nice treat waking up Friday morning, but you're also going to get it on Saturday morning. We're going to be in about the same type of setup here Saturday morning. So 2 mornings, beautiful weather. Sleeping with the windows open should feel pretty nice outside for most people. It's also going to be dry. With the dry air, it's going to be hard to rain, and we'll see about a 0% chance of rain all the way through Saturday. Sunday and Monday, though, rain chances back up as we get some moisture in here from a tropical wave in the Gulf of Mexico. It is still hurricane season. We're in the peak of hurricane season. Let me step off here because it is just so active. And this isn't really surprising, for this time of year. Tropical Depression Mindy is sitting over southern Georgia. It's heading out to the Atlantic. Not a big deal there. Hurricane Larry is a Cat 2 now. It's near Bermuda. There is an area to watch off the continent of Africa. We're not worried about that right now. And there's also an area to watch in the Caribbean. That's going to bring us some moisture by Sunday and going into Monday. Notice Olaf. Someone pointed out earlier in the Atlantic this year we had Anna and Elsa, and now we have Olaf, so I guess it's just a coincidence. We've got all these names from the movie there. That's a Pacific storm, though, not an issue for us. That area we're watching in the Caribbean, though, is a tropical wave. It's just some moisture at this point, meaning there's some showers and storms and a trough of low pressure. That's nothing out of the norm for this time of year. It's going to stay down there for the next couple of days, running up through Honduras, Belize, and the Yucatan Peninsula over about through tomorrow. Now by Saturday, it'll be in the southern Gulf here, the far southwestern Gulf, just off the coast of Mexico, and that's when it could try to spin up a little bit. Chance of development right now is very low, and a lot of models do take this and just throw it into Mexico or maybe in South Texas as we go into Monday and Tuesday. But it'd be very difficult for this to get all the way up to us thanks to high pressure building in as we go into early parts of next week. Now, as I mentioned, we are going to get some moisture from this. No moisture through Saturday, but here it is. Notice a huge area, pocket of tropical moisture with it as we go into the weekend. That'll be moving up through the Gulf, gets here by about Sunday, and then Sunday and Monday, that moisture is still lingering around, and it's probably going to linger throughout much of next week. So we'll bump up our rain chances starting on Sunday, and they'll stay pretty elevated all the way through at least Wednesday, it looks like. So right now, we're not really expecting any direct impacts here locally from it, but we'll have some indirect moisture from it slinging up to us. That'll bring in the rain chances. So I hope you enjoy the next 3 days of the beautiful weather. It's all relative, though. For September, this is pretty beautiful weather. By Sunday, the humidity's back with highs in the upper 80s. April.
Well, we'll get a little bit of a break at least. 8:15 this morning, and traveling on the roadways region-wide is still very much going to be an issue for many of you. We do still have areas that have down power lines, debris, as well as water actively still on the roadways. I'll point out some of those for you right now. LA 23, unfortunately, still closed from Ironton to West Point Lahash from water on the roadways. Still not seeing any changes on LA 631. That area is not passable from JB Green Road to Simmons Stevens Road due to down power lines. Linemen have been working so diligently to be able to get power back to the entire city of New Orleans, as well as many places in the region. So we definitely thank them for that. LA 1077 from LA 22 until the end of the road still does have debris as well as water on the roadway. So that is closed until they are both able to be cleared. And then LA 445 near Ponchatoula still closed due to rising water from the Tangipahoa River. A lot of people travel in that area in Ponchatoula as well. So be patient while crews work to get that area clear. Highway 51 still closed north of LaPlace. I-55 is going to be your best alternate route.
After a major storm like Ida, it can put a lot of stress on people, whether you've had horrific damage to your home or just lost power for days or had to evacuate. I mean, it is rough on everybody. Ashley Martinez is an auctioneer licensed clinical social worker, and she has to look at some of the ways that stress manifests in all of us. And Ashley, I think you'll agree, even if you don't know it, if you live through this, whether you evacuated or stayed here and just had some damage or horrific damage, it puts stress on all of us.
Absolutely. I think that we're all experiencing a lot of probably shock at the moment, anger with everything that's been happening, whether we have electricity or not, or it's coming on, it's going off, internet issues. I had internet until this morning. And, you can have a lot of hopelessness right now. And it's a process that we're all trying to figure out and go through right now.
And for a lot of us, it's almost like PTSD. If you lived through Katrina, you think about the folks down in Lafourche and Terrebonne and St. John. I mean, this is their Katrina. So, they're going through the hell we went through 16 years ago.
Absolutely. I mean, I think even if you stayed or if you watched it on TV, we all probably experienced a little bit of trauma in some way, especially those in the outlying areas that, were rescued from their attics or lost their entire homes. That is definitely something we're going to see that we're going to be treating in the future a lot more. I kind of feel that.
And as we watch these images of the horrific destruction in so many places, when you see stories like we're doing stuff with the United Way today, we had a story on a guy on TikTok who raised $25,000 to help people. I mean, it's just, those are the kind of things you kind of need to see to keep your sanity.
Absolutely. So one of the big things I've been preaching during this is, it's post-storm stress, but really it's kind of like post-storm trauma at this point for a lot of us. And so, accept the help is one of the biggest things I say. Take that hot meal in line.
Yeah.
Ask for the discounted hotel room if you're not here. Let people help you apply for all of the, the aid. Go to your resources, go to the cooling centers, take the transportation. That is going to be something that is going to be really important for you. And right now, we can't be above worrying, like if we're going to accept help. Sometimes we feel like it makes us weak, but it doesn't. This is the time to do it.
And how do you know when the stress is getting you so much, you think it's not affecting you, but you're lethargic, you're walking around the house kind of in a daze, you're just eating junk food and stuff, and I mean things you wouldn't normally do.
Right. I mean, you're going to be on edge, really tense. You're going to notice you're not sleeping. Maybe you're having, a racing heart, of panic, anxiety, constant worry, just kind of imagining all of the things, flashbacks happening. You might have nightmares, disassociating, disorienting, all of those things. You may not realize that is the post effects of everything that's happened with the stress. You don't just have what happened, you're also supporting your family, or you're having financial issues with this. Some people couldn't leave. And then the ones who did, is very expensive. So there's a lot of different stressors happening right now that I think it's important for us to acknowledge.
Yeah, and it's good to talk it out with somebody, your pastor, your rabbi, or whomever. or a clinical psychologist, somebody. But it does help to talk about it. Ashley, thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much.
The New Orleans Saints are helping people recover from Hurricane Ida. Let's get back out to Sheba, who is in Arabi, where the United Way is giving out food and supplies today, and they're doing some great work. And we were just talking to that psychologist, and she was saying it's good to see people doing this, helping others, because it helps with the stress we all have right now.
It really is amazing, and I've spoken to a lot of the folks in line already this morning, Eric, and you can feel the stress. A lot of them dealing with damage to their homes. They've been sitting in their homes without power, just got it back a day or two ago, and they are in need of a lot of the supplies that United Way is here collecting today. So the United Way of Southeast Louisiana, WWL-TV, and several Saints players have partnered together to get people the essential supplies they need. We're here at the Community Center of St. Bernard Parish, where folks are already lined up on St. Cloud Avenue this morning. We'll show you that line in just a minute, but it just gives you a sense of how much folks have been through and how much they're in need of essential things like water and baby formula. So several Saints players have partnered with the United Way to help this. Our Sharice Gibson spoke with Demario Davis. Here's what he had to say.
The biggest reason you work with United Way is because not only do they have the credibility and experience of doing it so long, but they also know how to measure impact. So they do a good job of doing awareness on the front end, of realizing who needs the help, what areas are going to be most impacted maybe by their prior condition, and then understanding how to outsource efforts in a way that's going to have the biggest impact.
If you could share a message of inspiration for everyone here that'll be watching, and of course donating and receiving some of those donations.
We're resilient people, and everybody that lives here understands that, and so there's no question, no doubt that we're going to recover from this, that we're going to rebuild from this. We just kind of have to work together, go through it, and we're going to see it to the other side. And so if it had to happen to anybody, there's no one more prepared and built for it than this community. And so we're going to be okay.
And Demario Davis said it exactly right. We are going to be okay, but in part it's because of great organizations like the United Way of Southeast Louisiana that are putting in all this work to make sure people have what they need. 6 Saints players partnered with the United Way to make this possible. Malcolm Jenkins, Cam Jordan, Jameis Winston, Alvin Kamara, Teron Armstead, and you just heard from Demario Davis there. I want to show you guys the look at the line this morning because it shows you the need here. This is one of 3 distribution sites today. They held 2 yesterday. We spoke with the United Way representative earlier, said that they were all packed. Cars have been lining up here since before 8 o'clock this morning. And remember, this distribution site starts at 10 a.m. It runs until 1. This one is at the St. Bernard Community Center in Arabi on St. Cloud Avenue. And there are 2 others in Plaquemines and Tangipahoa parishes today. We'll have all the information you need on our website at WWLTV.com.
If you're looking for a place to get a nice meal today, you can get a free one at the McDonald's in the 7th Ward. McDonald's has already served thousands of free meals to folks affected by Hurricane Ida today. The grab-and-go meals will be given out at the McDonald's Big Rig at their North Broad Street location. It'll happen today through Saturday. It starts at 10 o'clock this morning and goes till 2 in the afternoon. Also today in Tangipahoa Parish, you can enjoy some free barbecue. The Missouri Group Operation Barbecue Relief will be giving out free meals at 2 locations in Hammond. That actually does sound good. Lunch and dinner will be available at the Lowe's on Highway 190 and at the Tangi Academy Yoakum Road on Yoakum Road. Also happening today in Hammond, the Red Cross will be giving out free lunches at the Beacon Light in Hammond. We'll be right back. Looks very nice out this morning. Good morning once again. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, September the 9th. It is 8:30. We're covering how organizations are stepping up to help Southeast Louisiana recover from Hurricane Ida. And Sheba is out in Arabi today.
That's right, Eric. We are at the Community Center of St. Bernard Parish here on St. Claude Avenue, and people have been lined up since 8 o'clock this morning for a distribution giveaway that starts at 10, just to show you how much people are in need. This is one of several going on between yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And we want to show you a look at the line, just so you get a sense of how many people are in need of the essential supplies that the United Way of Southeast Louisiana is providing. Of course, this is part of their massive effort to help with the recovery, short and long term, from Hurricane Ida. You can see this line stretches all the way down St. Claude as far as we can see. And earlier this morning, I did walk down the line, try to speak with some people, get a sense of why they were here so early, what they were going through. One of the people that we spoke with is Maylene Arbano. She is going to tell us more about what she's going through. She's a 9th Ward resident. Thank you so much for agreeing to speak with us this morning. You are the first person in line. Tell us what made you get here so early.
I came because I needed some stuff for my house. And the storm had taken blew almost the foundation of my house, and I needed to get some supplies and stuff because I didn't have anything.
That sounds really scary. Did you ride out the storm here?
No, I had left, but the house is it's shifted so I need supplies and food and stuff like that.
Where did you ride out the storm?
We went to Texas. Went to not Houston, Colleen, Texas.
And when you came back and saw the damage to your house, how did you feel?
I felt bad. I felt real bad about it because I know I need to get some work done on it. I have flood insurance, but I don't have no wind insurance. Yeah. So I really need help to fix that house, But I got little grandchildren and all that stuff. They're staying on the other side of the house because it's a double. So I nearly need help. Somebody, and my husband, he in the hospital. I don't know if he's gonna make it or not. And I really need a lot of help,
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear you're going through all of that. What is the biggest stressor right now? Is it the immediate need for some things here? What are you hoping to get here today?
I need to get supplies, maybe tarp for the house, for the top of the house, I'm gonna need some of that and some supplies and food and stuff, whatever they have to offer, really.
And you live in New Orleans in the 9th Ward. Were you here for Katrina? What other storms have you been
I
through?
was here for Katrina, yes I was. I was here for really all of them, and I left for all of them, really. I left for every storm they ever had and went to Texas.
And how did the damage compare in those other storms?
It's bad. It's bad. It's not bad as Katrina, but it's bad than the last one, Zeta, compared to, this one is better than Zeta compared to with the, recent storm. Yeah.
Well, I'm so sorry you're here going through all of that. We will definitely be praying for your husband. What does it feel like to see these volunteers and the United Way set up to try to help?
It's a blessing. It's a blessing for the help people because they really need help. Need help down here because so much don't happen, with all the wind damage and all that stuff to people's homes and things. Because I really gonna need help to try to get somebody to get my foundation back up on my house because during Katrina, they had gave me $35,000 to raise it, but I gave it back to them because they couldn't raise the house and I didn't get no more. Wow. So I had returned it back. So that's another reason why it's kind of probably made it worse. You understand, from not raising the house, but it's a big house. It wasn't enough for money, and I didn't want to, I needed it, but I didn't want to put it the wrong place and where it's supposed to go at. So I went on it and returned it back. And so I really need FEMA to really help me get this house all lifted off the ground and stuff.
Yeah, I understand the struggle you're going through. Thank you so much for speaking with us, and best of luck with everything. Guys, Miss Maylene there kind of sharing the struggle that so many people in this area are going through. Not only are they in need of essential supplies, Eric, but as we know, the battle comes with recovery, with the money for that recovery, whether it's from your insurance company or FEMA. And I want to show you guys the line here once again, just to give you a sense. Miss Maylene, the first one in line, but definitely not the only one who will need help today. And again, this site is at the Community Center of St. Bernard. They will be servicing people from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. They'll also have sites in Plaquemines and Tangipahoa Parish today, but they'll have several other sites tomorrow as well. You can always head to our website, wwltv.com, to learn more about this partnership with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana and these locations if you are in need of supplies.
And Sheba, the story we just heard, it's just one of thousands and thousands of stories, and I'm sure each car down the road has a story that's kind of similar of, where they got hit and how much trouble they've been through in this storm.
It's so true. I made it about 7 cars down, Eric, because, I wanted to speak to these people, see what they were in need of, see what they've been through. So many of them, of course, have ridden out other storms. Others, as you can tell, just desperate for supplies. They're here 2 and 3 hours before they even start giving out anything. And many others just saying that they are hoping for the best as they start this long road to recovery. So, we know what people are going through in this area. Yeah. And hearing Miss Maylene talk about the battle with the insurance company and FEMA, we know how complicated this is. This is not an easy process.
And while you're in Arabi, I'm assuming a lot of the people in line come from all parts of the metro area.
Yes, that's very true. I've been asking everyone where they come from. A lot of people saying the 9th Ward and Chalmette, but I've got a couple of folks deeper in New Orleans as well. So we're going to continue to make our way through the line and see what people are in need of and how they're feeling. But overall, people, of course, in this region always feel hopeful and grateful, which is beautiful to see. But you can also see that they're stressed and going through a lot, Eric.
All right. Thank you very much, Sheba. We appreciate that. Hurricane Ida has forced Louisiana's upcoming elections to be rescheduled for November. Instead of happening on October the 9th, they'll be happening on November the 13th because of Ida. The ballot includes a number of important races here in New Orleans, including races for mayor, sheriff, and city council. There'll also be a special primary to pick a state representative for District 102 on the West Bank. The November 13th elections are going to be pushed back to December 11th. Secretary of State Kyle Ardwin made the request to postpone the elections to the governor, citing too many questions about the condition of polling sites, poll workers, mail delivery, and other issues to make sure that the integrity of the election is up to a par. So that's why they moved it back. A number of people were concerned about Ida having an impact on the levee system, but officials with the levee system, the people who inspect the levee, say the news is good. Duke Carter is joining us live at the lakefront. Duke, they say there was no damage to the levee protection system. We were not tested fully as we could have been, but what we did get tested with, we did pretty well.
We did pretty well indeed. According to leaders with the Southeast Flood Protection Authority East, they say that we did get storm surge, not storm surge like Katrina levels, but we did get storm surge, and overall they're pleased to report that they did fare out well. And so now the organization is just making those next steps, or I should say taking those next steps to make sure they can prepare ahead of the next storm. It's a picturesque scene on Lakeshore Drive now that Ida is long gone. Ducks are enjoying the water and people are out. Some have decided to work out.
The water's calm, it's tranquilizing, you know, it's nice to see some kind of calm scenes.
James Wood is one of many people enjoying the lakefront views while visiting from Luling. And while visiting the city, he saw something familiar, the levee, and credits them for doing their job and protecting people's homes when Ida hit.
Doesn't look like any damage on it. I think it's doing its job.
I am excited to report that the levees performed beautifully.
Kelly Chandler is the regional director for the Southeast Flood Protection Authority East. The organization oversees nearly 200 miles of levees, as well as flood walls, flood gates, and pumping stations that protects both Orleans and Jefferson parishes.
We've gone out and done assessments. We will be finishing up those assessments today along with CPRA. We have found no damage to the levees, which is great news.
Chandler says now after the storm hit, contractors are to remove the debris from the levees to ensure they are functioning properly. And while contractors do that, leaders with the organization say they are now assessing to make sure levee protection system is better for the next storm that could impact the area.
Definitely the intensity was very strong. The storm surge wasn't quite as big as Katrina, but it did have a storm surge. It hit a little bit different than Katrina, which makes it a difference as far as the direction of the storm.
Efforts to make sure people, businesses, and lives are safe when a storm hits Orleans and Jefferson parishes.
One step at a time, that's all, you know, it's all we could do.
It is all we can do, one step at a time. People try to rebuild their lives after Ida pretty much devastated portions of southeast Louisiana. But again, according to the organization that oversees those nearly 200 miles of levee protection, no damage as far as levee protection that protects Orleans and JP. But now the reporting, Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
All right, Duke, thank you very much. Right now, let's get over to Peyton, checking out the forecast. And we were talking off camera about how much the levees were actually tested in the storm.
You know, it's really dangerous, and this is a discussion we'll have, you know, coming in the years, but it is dangerous to compare storms. They're so different. I mean, it doesn't just depend on the category. Even though Ida was stronger, it was just a different storm than Katrina, and it affected different areas. So, of course, it can create this idea of complacency, and that's a discussion to be had in the years to come, but they did hold, fortunately. So for us, great, but there's so many areas that are just devastated from the storm surge outside the levee protection system. I got good news for our area, though. We got some good weather coming in over about the next 3 days. It is going to be hot today. We're going to be in the upper 80s, and we'll say warm, not even hot. And temperatures, while they're warm, the drier air is moving in, so it's going to start to feel better. The humidity is not going to be as oppressive. It's still a little humid out there this morning. That'll be dropping through the day, and you see our dew points will be in the low 60s to upper 50s all the way through about Saturday. So we got 3 days of some nice weather here. Tonight's going to be great, low 60s on the North Shore. We might even see a 59 here and there. So a nice cool start tomorrow, maybe even a little chilly for some of you. And then same thing for the river parishes, bayou parishes. You'll be in the 60s tomorrow morning. New Orleans is even going to see some nice temperatures waking up Friday and Saturday morning. So we're dry through Saturday. Sunday and Monday, though, moisture's back in here, and that's thanks to some tropical moisture that's going to be entering the Gulf of Mexico from one of our tropical waves here. Let me step off because it is active out there, and this is no surprise. This is not to scare you. This is pretty typical in the peak of hurricane season, which is, you know, in the middle of September, which is where we're at. We've got tropical depression Mindy, nothing to it really, heading out into the Atlantic. Hurricane Larry is staying out in the Atlantic. It's a Category 2, still a giant storm. And then there's that tropical wave off the continent of Africa. That is not an immediate concern, so we're not really concerned about it right now. But we are watching this area. This is a tropical wave down in the Caribbean, and it's sitting just off the coast of Honduras. It's heading up to the northwest. It'll be near Belize, the Yucatan Peninsula here as we go into today and tomorrow. By Saturday and Sunday, it will be in the far southwestern Gulf here, 30% chance of development, meaning we're not seeing aggressive indications on it really blowing up anything big. One of the reasons is a lot of models bring it in here and then bring it inland towards Mexico or kind of running along the coast and bringing some moisture up towards Texas. And while development chances aren't very likely, it does look likely like we'll see a big area of moisture get brought to the Gulf of Mexico from this. So you could see there, once the dry air settles in on Saturday, we'll have this big plume of moisture coming in from the south. That will move in by Sunday, so the low humidity is not going to last forever. By Sunday, it'll still be, or the humidity will be back. That tropical moisture taking over much of the Gulf from Mexico to Texas to Louisiana to all the way to the Florida Panhandle. That means rain chances increasing for a lot of areas as we go into early next week. And while development chances don't look that great right now, it's not impossible that we get a depression or a storm somewhere in here over in the western parts of the Gulf. Right now, high pressure would steer this away from us, but we would be close enough to where we'll get some moisture. So I do think our rain chances go up by Sunday and especially Monday, and could even linger through Tuesday and Wednesday as that moisture just kind of sticks around. So I do hope you enjoy the next 3 days. It is going to be warm during the afternoons, but with the lower humidity, going to be feeling pretty good out there in the mornings, especially tomorrow morning and Saturday morning. Going to feel incredible.
When a storm knocks out power like we've seen with Ida, it can put people, I mean, it's a pain, but it also can be very dangerous. That's why 2 local nonprofits are teaming up to find a more efficient way to keep the power on without using generators. The idea is to create solar panels on neighborhood restaurants and keep them running in the aftermath of the storms and create a community oasis without using a generator. Joining us now with more on that is Devin DeWolf. He is a member of the Feed the Second Line and the crew of Red Beans, and been a guest on this show many times. Good to see you again. And what's your plan behind this?
Yeah, so what we just learned in New Orleans with the power outage is a very important lesson, and we have to get prepared for the next hurricane season. if we install solar panels and batteries onto restaurants around the city, those restaurants will be prepared, and when the power grid goes out, those restaurants will still have power. And then they can run their ice machines, they can feed their neighbors, they can actually become the first responders for the community, instead of throwing out all their food, because when they lose power, they create a lot of food waste.
Yeah.
So if we get solar panels and these batteries to those restaurants, it'll make our communities a lot better.
And I've got to say, a lot of restaurants that did lose power did the right thing. They gave the food away. They, set up cooking stations and cooked meals for people. So, I mean, a lot of restaurants do step up when the worst does happen. And when I first heard you guys were talking about the solar panels, I thought, gee, I wonder if you could expand that to some gas stations. So some gas stations could have gas, because people were dying for fuel to get in their cars if they wanted to get out or evacuate or whatever.
Yeah, and it's also solar panels and solar batteries. The battery is the most important part, because that allows any house or any business to make their own power and use their own power. If you just have solar panels but no battery, you're doing nothing when the power goes out. But I think these things should be installed all over the place. I think restaurants are maybe the first step, because they can feed the community.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about, where the restaurants were doing that, what they were really doing was clearing out their freezer and using it before it goes to waste.
Right.
If they have power, their freezers are not going to have that problem. Their refrigerators are going to be running. Their ice machines are going to be running. They can put a phone charging station outside of their, outside the business for the community. There's many, many, many benefits to that type of thing. And I think it's an investment that we really need to make, because we just suffered through a terrible week of, 100-degree weather and elders, literally dying because of the heat. So this is a solution. And the best part is it'll save money for those restaurants every single month on their energy bills. So anybody who gets a solar panel plus batteries, it pays for itself over time.
And we're seeing more and more people, understand this and take in the idea and say, this technology is the wave of the future. It's where, power is going.
Yeah, it's just smart, because all you need is the sun to have power this way. And, you don't have to worry about the gas supply or buying gas for your generator. You don't have to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning.
Yeah.
I have a friend who has a whole home gas generator, and it broke. There's a part that broke on it. This solar technology with the batteries is very simple, very straightforward. And in an emergency like Hurricane Ida, it would be life-saving. And it really would make our city a lot stronger and better positioned to help our people.
And quickly, Devin, I got to go, but what is the price compared to a generator for a solar panel and battery?
Yeah, so the batteries and the solar panels are definitely an investment, and that's why we want to crowdfund. We want to raise money to install these things around the city so that the restaurants don't have to pay for them. The price depends on the amount of power that you need. So if you have a small shotgun, for example, you don't need as many solar power panels. You don't need as many batteries. The batteries cost about $2,000 a piece. So it's a bit of money, but like I said, it for itself.
All right, thank you very much. And Feed the Second Line is also working to secure repair culture bearers, and help culture bearers' homes after the storm. If you'd like to learn more about what they do and how to donate, you can always visit feedthesecondline.org. They do a great job of helping out people. 985-209-0712. Anyway, we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a couple of seconds. All right, the Rouse's stores were some of the first to open in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. And joining us on the phone with more on that is Donnie Rouse, the CEO of Rouse's. First of all, you guys are headquartered down in Lafourche Parish. I mean, Lafourche and Terrebonne is where you guys, do a lot of work. You guys got hit hard down there.
Hey, good morning. Yes, you know, it hit Lafourche Parish really hard for us. Our office is in Thibodaux, Louisiana, but our facilities handled pretty well here. As of now, we have just 4 of our 65 stores that have not opened yet.
And how many of those are on generator power? Because I know in my neighborhood, the Rouses was able to open under generator power, and I mean, it was just such a welcome relief because you wanted to get some food.
Yeah, we had 35 stores on generated power, and now we're down to, I believe, about 7 or 8 stores on generated power. So fortunately, we have, over the years, we've had a great generator plan to where about 95% of our stores have full store generators.
And how many employees are out of work right now because of the damage done to those stores down in Lafourche and Terrebonne?
Yeah, so we're probably at about 45% staffed right now in our stores, and that's part of the reason that we've been paying time and a half to our employees. You know, with our employees, you know, with no electricity or living in someone else's home, we want to do what we can for our employees to get them back into the stores so we can get open. So paying them a time and a half has tremendously helped getting employees back to the area so we can get open. And then we've also created our hurricane disaster relief fund that we put money into as well, and raising money that's going to go directly to the employees to help them get back on their feet.
And how much you guys have raised a lot of money in that fund, haven't you?
Yeah, so we started the fund. We put $100,000 in it initially, and now we're probably up to about $400,000 in that fund now, and it'll continue growing throughout the week.
Now, will that be dispersed to like all your employees, or the ones who maybe were the hardest hit?
Yeah, so we have an application for the employees to fill out, and there's some criteria that need to be met. So basically, it's going to go to the employees that are hardest hit in the areas.
And quickly, Donnie, how hard was it to get the stores back up and running, getting employees? Because I mean, you know, a lot of people that were working the stores, you know, they have damaged their homes, they don't have power. I mean, it's just tough.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we have a lot of experience with this. So we had some employees who volunteered to stay in stores overnight along with security. That way they were in the stores for once the storm passed to get everything fixed correctly. And, you know, our employees love coming to work. They love serving the community. We've done this every single year within our market somewhere between Lake Charles and Orange Beach, Alabama. So it's something we do. It's something we've been used to. And, you know, we count on our employees just like the community counts on our employees.
All right, Donnie Rouse with Rouse's, thank you very much. We appreciate you talking to us.
Thank you.
Still to come on the morning news, we'll have information for pet owners if they need some help finding their animals if they got separated from them during the storm. Good morning once again, and attention pet owners. The Humane Society of Louisiana staff, board members, and volunteers are trying to give you help in finding your animals. Now that more residents are returning after evacuating, the Humane Society wants to make sure that pets have a good meal, because pets need to eat too. Later today, the group will be hosting a pet food distribution drive at the South Bashery Park in St. James Parish. That'll happen at from 1 till 2:30 this afternoon. And our special coverage of Hurricane Ida resumes at 9 o'clock. Stay right there. Good morning once again. Thanks for joining us for our 9 o'clock hour. A little late, it's 9:02 now. We're following a number of big stories, but first we want to get out to Sheba, who is in Araby today with the United Way, and volunteers are handing out supplies to people who are in desperate need after Hurricane Ida. Sheba?
Yeah, that's right. We're at the community center of St. Bernard Parish, and you can see the line here on St. Claude Avenue already, Eric. This distribution center actually doesn't open until 10 o'clock this morning, so this just gives you a sense of how many folks are in need. This line goes all the way down St. Claude, actually as far as we can see. So we've been speaking with some of the people in line here, folks whose homes are damaged, folks who've been without power for days, just getting it back, and need essential things like bottled water. They've also got tarps for people who have damaged homes, all things that people need right now. So coming up, we'll be speaking with one of the folks in line who are telling us why they're here today and why they've been here so long, and also one of the partner organizations with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to tell us the great effort they are doing to help people long-term and short-term with recovery after this storm. So Eric, we'll have that for you in just a bit.
All right, Sheba, that line is a good reminder of just how great the need is. Thank you very much. We'll be back to Sheba in a few minutes, but first, we are following some other news about Ida and the aftermath. It's been 11 days now since Hurricane Ida slammed into southeast Louisiana, And as you're waking up, here's what we know this morning so far. The death toll has gone up from the storm. The state health department has added 11 more deaths, bringing the total of deaths blamed on Ida to 26. The majority of those died from excessive heat during the power outages. In terms of power outages, the lights are back on for most of the city of New Orleans. That's the good news, unless you're one of the few people that don't have power. That's not the case with some of the harder hit spots in the metro area. In St. John Parish, Entergy is opening 2 customer information centers to help with people who have any questions, and I'm sure they have a lot of them. And today we should be hearing from Governor John Bel Edwards. He's going to update on the recovery from Ida. That'll be coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We, of course, will be covering that. And the weather is probably the only bright spot we're having right now because it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's about to get really nice here, at least for September, right? And the cool front is moving through. It's still 80 in New Orleans, but in the 70s up in Shreveport and Jackson. So not a really cold air mass behind this, but a drier air mass is coming on in. So you can see there, dew points still in the 70s. South of that front, that's where it's humid. North of the front, Baton Rouge, Bogalusa, Macomb, it's getting drier. It's going to get even drier this afternoon, and some of these dew points in the 60s. Look at Shreveport, 56-degree dew point. That's headed our way, and that means it's going to be nice and dry by this afternoon and evening, but especially tonight and Friday. It is still going to be warm behind the front, upper 80s, lots of sunshine, clear skies, and you're really going to notice the dry air later on today. Tomorrow morning, this is going to be fantastic. Almost a chill in the air on the North Shore. Low 60s north of the lake, 71 here south of the lake. Our friends over in the Bayou and River parishes, you'll be in the low to mid 60s. So that is certainly relief for all our friends over there who still don't have power. 88 tomorrow afternoon with lots of sunshine, still dry, low humidity on Saturday, about 90 degrees. So overall, I got great weather for you, Eric, through at least Saturday, but rain returns Sunday.
All right. You always have to bring the rain back, don't you? Governor John Bel Edwards has officially approved the Secretary of State's plan to postpone elections this fall because of damage to polling places and displaced workers because of Ida. The primary election will now be on November 13th. That's a Saturday. The runoff will be on Saturday, December the 11th. So that means there are a few new registration deadlines you need to know. If you want to register in person or by mail for the primary election, you have to do that by October the 13th. Online voter registration is due by October 23rd. For the runoff election, the deadline to register in person or by mail is November the 10th, and the deadline to register to vote online is November 20th. Early voting for that election will be November 27th through December the 4th. We got an update from Jefferson Parish. One of the bigger issues they're dealing with now is power outages. Right now, there are more than 48,000 customers without power, but there are still a lot of crews out there doing their best to make sure everybody gets power and as soon as possible.
But we're getting on as many customers as possible. 3,000 here, 5,000 here, moving on to the next. We will stay behind and we will sweep and make sure that we try to catch everything we can as far as additional lingering outages, but some customers will have to wait for their power to be restored in order for us to keep up this pace. We will come back. No one is forgotten. We have records of where you are. We have records of the damages. Starting tomorrow, that pace will pick up to restore those lingering outages. I just want to reassure you, you're not any less important than any other customer. We have not forgotten you, but in order to get the customers, all of you, on at this record pace, we must concentrate on the largest number of customers with the least amount of damage and do that first. Otherwise, there is no way we can meet this goal. It just is not possible.
And for people who don't have power, it's very frustrating, but they say just have a little patience. Also, Jefferson Parish Transit is still offering free bus service, but the hours are more limited than usual. Buses are running on 6 routes, with some in Metairie, Kenner, Avondale, Lapalco, and near the Huey P. Long bridges. Bus service is from 8:30 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon every day. If you'd like a full schedule of the bus routes in Jefferson, you can go to our website, WWLTV.com. If you're in need of FEMA's help to cover emergency items after Ida, you only have a few more days to sign up. The deadline for the expedited assistance is this Sunday, September the 12th. The money can go to people who lost power for extended periods of time, and that's a lot of us. For any immediate damage or needs, You could also be reimbursed up to $800 if you bought a generator after Ida, and up to $250 if you need a chainsaw. Keep in mind, though, the deadline to apply for FEMA's long-term help for damage not covered by insurance is October 28th. Crews were out on the Claiborne Avenue Bridge connecting the city's upper and lower 9th wards trying to make repairs after a lift on the lift bridge malfunctioned, causing 2 cars to fall 4.5 feet. It happened around 11 o'clock on Tuesday night. 1 person was taken to the hospital. The bridge was closed for a couple of hours Wednesday for maintenance. The bridge falls under the care of the State Department of Transportation. A spokesperson says that the cause of that mishap is still under investigation. All this morning we have been shining a light on a very important effort here in our hometown. WWL-TV has teamed up with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to make sure people that were affected the hardest by Ida get supplies they need. Sheba has been in Arabi all morning long. That's one of 3 locations that they're giving away things to people in need. And Sheba, you've seen already firsthand, there's a lot of need out there.
Oh my goodness, Eric, we've been watching this damage and destruction for 10 days now. And so you could just imagine the amount of people in need. But taking a look at the line here this morning in Arabi, this is on St. Claude Avenue. We are at the community center of St. Bernard Parish, 7143 St. Claude. And to show you all these folks lined up, this distribution center does not open until 10 a.m. I've been out here since about 8 a.m. There were about 7 cars in line. And of course, I've been speaking with some of the people who are here for this distribution by the United Way of Southeast Louisiana, and of course in partnership with us at WWL-TV. Shirley Hopkins is one of the folks who's been in line since very early this morning. She's a Chalmette resident, and so I asked her to speak with us. Miss Shirley, thank you so much for agreeing to speak with us, and kind of tell folks why you're out here. You've been out here since almost 8 a.m.
Yes. I came early because I didn't want to be in the long lines, but actually Chalmette had our share of damage. However, not as bad as some of the cities. But we did have the lightings out for a long time. My lights was out for actually 9 days. So they caused you to have to buy more stuff, throw away stuff, things like that. So I was told about this giveaway. So I came early so I won't be in the long line. But we're blessed to not have as much damage as some cities have. So I'm grateful. I'm really grateful for anything that I can be blessed with. I'm happy.
Definitely. Do you have damage to your home?
Some damage, yes. Absolutely.
What kind of supplies are you hoping to get here today?
Well, cleanup supplies would be wonderful because that's where it starts. Once you get in the house and you even though you cleaned out the refrigerator, you still have the smell. You got to, wipe down furniture, throw away stuff that has that smell in it, and those types of things. So a giveaway like this is a blessing.
And did you stay in your home without power all that time?
No, absolutely not. My son lives in Mississippi. I was there for a while. My daughter for a while, just going back and forth where we can get some cool air.
Definitely. So I'm sure you're glad to have power back and you'll be glad to get some supplies this morning. How are your spirits, though? How are you feeling?
My spirits is up because, like I said, to see some of the people in other cities who have lost everything, even though we have some losses, it's a blessing that it's not as bad as some of those cities were.
Definitely. Miss Shirley Hopkins, thank you so much for joining us this morning and wishing you the best with everything. It is so amazing to see a lot of the people in line say that even with what they've gone through, the slight damage to their homes, some of them 9 and 10 days without power, they're grateful that things weren't worse as they were, especially for those in our river parishes. Joining us now is Megan McCormick. She is the Executive Director of the St. Bernard Economic Development Foundation, one of the partner organizations with this effort with United Way. Tell us why you guys wanted to be a part of this.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me today, Sheba. My name is Megan McCormick with the Economic Development Foundation here in St. Bernard, and we really wanted to be a part of this to help people like Miss Shirley. We know how bad it can be, being that St. Bernard bared the brunt and the worst of it when Hurricane Katrina hit here. And so for us to be in a position to be able to give back was so incredibly important. We've been there on the receiving end of so many essential needs and assistance from other parishes, and so for us, it was important to be able to take the resources that we could get from other communities and generous donors and give that back to the people in our parish who desperately need it.
Sure, and let's just take a look over here at the folks gathering supplies. It's so amazing to see United Way and volunteers and other partner organizations coming together. We see things over there like water. I looked in the boxes earlier. They got some blue tarps, just providing the essentials that people don't have right now.
Yes, and I will say we're extremely grateful that here in St. Bernard Parish, the impact was not as bad as it was in other parishes. While we are giving back to the community here in St. Bernard, I do want to mention that we are also launching a relief fund for the river parishes because we know that for this storm, it was very much like it was for us in Katrina. So if you can take a look at our website, it's sbedf.org. We're launching, in partnership with the St. Bernard Chamber of Commerce, a river parishes relief fund to raise donations and funds to do the same thing that we're doing here today for St. Bernard Parish for the river parishes, because we know that they are in need. They're largely still without power, and to be in a position to help is really humbling, and it's our job.
That is amazing. You even hear that as you heard from Ms. Shirley and the folks in line. Whatever they're going through, they're thinking someone has it worse, which is such a beautiful spirit and outlook I think that we have in general in this area when we go through disasters. So I think it is great that people can help those parishes hit the hardest, even if they're impacted.
Yes, our mission at the Economic Development Foundation is to build prosperity, create and retain jobs, and improve quality of life. And this is one of the ways that we get to do that in a most direct way relating to service for our community. So I'm just happy to be here. I'm really incredibly lucky to be in a position to help, and I just want to thank you for the coverage today.
All right, Megan, thank you for the work that you were doing to help the community. Let's show this line one more time, guys. And I can hear the sheriff's office telling some folks that they're going to be rerouting this line to the highway, and that's because it is so long now. We can't even see how far it stretches down St. Claude, but again, if you want to come to the Community Center of St. Bernard, 7143 St. Claude, this site is open from 10 until 1, and there are 2 other sites today in Tangipahoa and Plaquemines Parish. And I do want to say that one woman showed up to drop off some donations, Eric, and she was saying that she wanted to bring some supplies just because she wanted to help others. We learned that you cannot drop off donations at this site. If you're watching on TV and you want to donate, you should go to the offices at 2515 Canal Street, Monday through Thursday between 10 and 2, because we have seen people showing up this morning who want to donate supplies.
All right,
Eric, back over to you.
The thought was a good one. Sheba, for those people who are just tuning in, if they want to get some of these supplies at one of these 3 locations, what kind of things are they giving away?
They have tarps. I've gone through some of the boxes. They have bottled water. We can actually zoom over there to some of the supplies. They have cleaning supplies, baby formula, really all the essentials that folks need right now, Eric. And you can always head to our website, wwltv.com, for more information on everything being provided here. We're very grateful to be partners with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana as they start this massive effort to get people back on the road to recovery.
All right, Sheba, thank you very much. Right now it's 9:15, and Peyton's got our splendid forecast, at least for a couple of days.
That's one word we haven't used in the weather world in a while down here. Better, yeah. It is looking pretty good over the next 3 days. Some of the best weather we've seen in a while, and it's still going to be warm, but drier and lower humidities moving in. There will be a chance of rain by Sunday and Monday, though, so it's short-lived. But yes, you get today, tomorrow, Saturday of some decent weather, low humidity, still warm afternoons though. This is what we're watching for our rain chances increasing on Sunday and Monday. This is a tropical wave down in the far, kind of in the western part of the Caribbean. There's the Yucatan, there's Cancun. This is the southwestern Gulf. It's going to be heading in that direction. It'll get there by about Saturday or Sunday, and then looks like it'll probably move into Mexico or southern Texas towards Monday and Tuesday. So it'll have a low chance of spinning up into a depression, maybe a weak tropical storm. And while we're not expecting this to really move up in our direction, some of the moisture associated with this tropical wave will head our way. So there's that dry air I was talking about. Moves in today, tomorrow, and Saturday, looking great. By Sunday, though, big plume of moisture in the Gulf. Heading up to the north, that will increase our moisture and rain chances by Sunday, and it's going to stick around for a few days. It looks like it'll be around on Monday, it'll be around Tuesday, it'll even be around on Wednesday, and then there's that center of whatever tries to develop, either moving into Mexico or South Texas. Models are still kind of split on that. Either way, we're on the east side getting that influx of moisture as we go into next week. So expect the rain chances to eventually go up. The humidity is going to go up, and we'll be dealing with the heat index value once again. But 3 days of nice weather. And here's going to be the best part. Tonight and Saturday morning. Tonight, low 60s on the North Shore. We might even see a 59 here and there. The river and bayou parishes will see the low to mid 60s, so a comfortable air mass moving in. Tomorrow afternoon, lots of sunshine, upper 80s, but still low humidity, so not too bad. Same story on Saturday, about 89 to 90, and then Sunday, the moisture's back, along with a few showers.
In Houma, power crews are working hard to try and get electricity back up and running in that area. There are so many broken and bent power lines in just about every street in Houma, so the linemen have a tremendous amount of work to do before they can get power back to everybody. In West Houma, Laquan Longmire's house was destroyed by Ida. The home has been in his family for generations. He managed to salvage what he could. Now comes the question, can he actually rebuild?
My porch, it was all fell down. The inside of the house collapsed. So that's my kitchen and another room. It's a 5-bedroom house upstairs. So kitchen, cabinets, everything is gone from the roof down. All I thought about was the memories I had in the house. My house will never look the same. It'll never be the same. My whole block will never be the same. My whole neighborhood will never be the same, you know.
And that's a hard one to deal with. Of all the stuff that he lost, he did manage to save his father's ashes. They were untouched by Hurricane Ida. The first of what will become 70,000 blue roofs went up yesterday. The program is run by the Army Corps of Engineers. They install free plastic sheeting on homes that have had their roofs damaged by the hurricane until permanent repairs can be made. And you do still have time to apply for the Blue Tarp program. You can go online at blueroof.us or call their hotline. The number is on your screen. It is 1-888-766-3258, 888-766-3258. We'll be right back. It's 9:24. Sports gives us a great break when we're dealing with a hurricane like Ida. And this Sunday, the Saints are playing. We only have 3 days left till they take the field on their season opener against Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers. Last year, the Packers and Saints played an exciting game, but Rodgers got the best of the black and gold. He threw for 3 touchdowns and nearly 300 yards. This year, the Saints defense will try to keep this from happening again.
It's a different year, man. We gonna come out here and we just gonna do what we have to do, take it one play at a time and handle our business, eliminate those explosive plays. I mean, it's tough not being in New Orleans. I mean, that does play a big factor, but we're just gonna go out there and do our job.
The New Orleans defense is currently being revamped. The Saints recently signed former Falcons DB Desmond Trufant. And yesterday we learned that they're finalizing a trade with the Texans for former first-round draft pick Bradley Roby. Roby won't play against the Packers this Sunday, though. He's serving the remainder of his 6-game suspension from last season. And Ken Crawley landed on the injury report yesterday with a hamstring injury. We'll find out if the Saints defense can actually handle Rodgers and the Packers this Sunday. The game is set for 3:25 in Jacksonville. But first tonight at 6:30, we've got an Eye on Black and Gold special to get you ready for Sunday's game against the Packers. The Eyewitness Sports team will be explaining what you need to know and what to be looking for in this trip to Jacksonville. It's only a 7-hour drive if you want to get there and watch the game. Hotels apparently are a pretty good price. Plus, you'll learn how the Saints plan to play a full season without Drew Brees for the first time in more than 15 years. You can be sure and check out the Eye on Black and Gold season opening special. That'll be tonight at 6:30 right here on Channel 4. Let's get over to Peyton.
All right, the cold front is making its way through the area, but it's not getting colder behind it, but the drier air is starting to move on in. And most locations do have a northerly wind now, so that'll keep that drier air in here through today, tomorrow, and even into Saturday. Might see 1 or 2 showers near the coast today, but this is going to be like Grand Isle and down along the river. That's about it. The rest of us expect a lot of sunshine, and yes, it's going to be a warm day, but the lower humidity makes it feel better. And the humidity is still a little high, but it'll be dropping through today. Tomorrow morning, the best of it, 61 on the North Shore, 71 here in the metro, 88 with lots of sunshine Friday afternoon. Saturday, we're at 90 degrees with mostly sunny skies, and then it all comes to an end. The humidity is back on Sunday. We'll have a chance for rainfall on Sunday. We'll also have a chance of rainfall each and every day going through next week. And notice our temperatures going to stay in the upper 80s with the clouds and rain around, but those upper 80s are going to feel closer to the mid to upper 90s. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It does look nice out today, and Peyton says give it a couple of days, even nicer weather for the next few days. Good morning once again. Thanks for joining us for this 9:30 half hour on the Eyewitness Morning News. We got a lot to cover this morning, but first we want to get back out to Sheba, who is live at the United Way in Arabi, and volunteers are handing out supplies to people who are affected by Hurricane Ida, and you've been telling us all morning that line is long.
The line is very long, Eric, so long that it was backing up traffic on St. Claude into St. Bernard Parish. So let's show you a look at this because we've been showing you all morning long. You're going to notice a difference. No cars there. The folks did not leave. The sheriff's office said that they needed to redirect traffic around the block. So that traffic is now being redirected to LeBeau Street right around the corner. So these folks are so here. It was just so many people was backing up traffic. And Eric, you asked me earlier what was in the boxes. We want to show you guys what the folks are getting if they're lined up today or going to one of these 3 distribution sites. This one in Plaquemines, St. Bernard is one of 3. There's also one in Plaquemines and Tangipahoa Parish. But you see just essential supplies here. You've got bottled water. A lot of folks saying that they've run out of that. They've been without power for 9 or 10 days, have damage to their homes, and they've run out of bottled water. You got things here like batteries, you got Pampers, wipes, all of the essentials that folks need right now. And I did want to make a correction earlier, Eric. I told you that there was baby formula. That's actually not at this location, but it gave up a great point. I spoke with United Way and said, what if folks need baby formula? I know that you guys are providing it, but you don't have it at this location. Well, Laura, who we spoke with earlier with the United Way, said the United Way of Southeast Louisiana has also partnered with 211. So if you are in need of something, you can't make it to this distribution site, or you come here and you don't get what you need, you can always call 211. Now over here you can see where the cars have been redirected to line up. And again, we've been out here since 8 a.m. watching this line, but remember, this site does not actually open until 10 o'clock this morning. Folks have been lining up for just over 2 hours now. We want to get to Laura Tuggle now. She's the Executive Director of Southeast Louisiana Legal Services. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
And you're covering lots of topics that people are having issue with right now. I understand the phones are just ringing off the line.
The phones are ringing off the hook. We have a disaster and legal helpline for COVID and this Hurricane Ida disaster. That number is 1-844-244-7871. You did it.
You did it.
And the main things that folks are calling us about right now, it's unfortunately, as we're having more and more serious disasters, it's pretty predictable what kind of legal issues folks are going to struggle with and in what order. So early on in the immediate aftermath, we're talking about landlord-tenant problems. Folks that have maybe had to evacuate and leave their homes, and we had that complication of COVID where many tenants were unable to pay their rent. And so we are getting lots of calls from folks who are really worried that they're going to be illegally evicted while they're still evacuated or while they're not able to get back to their homes. The governor actually issued an executive order a couple of days ago that clarified that all legal deadlines, including evictions, are suspended, which means you can't legally file for an eviction right now until September 24th, I believe is the date. So we have a lot of information on our website at www.sls.org, where we've been posting information on our blog about renters' rights during Ida, about FEMA applications and FEMA appeals.
And let's talk about that. I understand you spoke with FEMA and they're really seeing, as far as the speed of applications being put in, record numbers.
That is correct. Had a call yesterday with a lot of different representatives, and FEMA advised that there were almost 485,000 applications already as of yesterday, which is a huge number this early on. A lot of folks aren't able to get through the process. And so another thing that we're going to be helping people with early on is advice about the FEMA process, information about the FEMA process, and then also, unfortunately, when folks get denied. And a big issue about denials is whether you have insurance or not, because FEMA will not duplicate benefits. So if you already have insurance, you kind of have to deal with that first and file your insurance first and then deal with FEMA.
All right, Laura Tuggle, I know there's a lot of complicated legal issues. That's why you guys are there, Southeast Louisiana Legal Services.
United Way is one of our biggest supporters, and they're going to be funding an additional attorney for us to help all of their parishes on disaster issues.
Awesome. Yes, thank you so much for this. Again, that number 1-844-244-7871 if you need help. And if you want to come to the site today, guys, we're going to show you the supplies one more time. They've been lining them up since early this morning. We are at the Community Center of St. Bernard, 7143 St. Claude Avenue. You can also go to Plaquemines, the Belle Chase YMCA, or in Tangipahoa Parish, our Daily Bread Food Bank. And all of these sites are operating from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. And you can get more information if you need supplies or anything else on our website, wwltv.com. We have partnered with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to help people recover from this disaster. Eric?
And Sheba, quickly, I noticed a small army behind you of people. Are they all volunteers?
So a lot of them work with the United Way and the partner organizations right now. You can volunteer, you can donate money, all of those things. Reach out to the United Way if you want to do that. But what's cool is a lot of the folks here are with partner organizations like we spoke with earlier this morning, the St. Bernard Economic Development Foundation, Eric. So smaller organizations that help in one way, they're combining all of their efforts together to help with the United Way's larger mission.
Well, it's good to see that many people helping out, Sheba. All right, we appreciate that. And you can find details on donation drop-off locations, distribution spots, and more on the United Way of Southeast Louisiana's website. You can scan the QR code on your screen right there to see about more information about how you can take part. We've also posted a link on our website at wwltv.com. And if you're just joining us, there's a lot of news going on. We now know that Hurricane Ida has now claimed 26 lives in Louisiana. The state health department added 11 more deaths yesterday to that total. The majority of those people were people who died from excessive heat during the power outages and that horrible heat we were having. Hundreds of seniors will start returning home from emergency shelters after being evacuated in the wake of Ida. There were some issues following the storm at some senior living facilities here in New Orleans, but the city says they've all been inspected. And New Orleans City Hall will be opening it back up again today. They opened at 7 o'clock this morning. The City Hall also will be opening more libraries for people to get in out of the warmer weather, get some AC or a place to charge their devices. They have computers there, all kinds of stuff. But the weather actually is fairly pleasant today, Peyton.
It's a lot better than it has been, yeah. And, you know, it's still warm out there. The cool front has technically made its way through, but we're still in the 80s and 70s in most locations. So not seeing a burst of colder air with this. But what we're watching are the decreasing dew points, which is a measurement of how humid it is. So anytime you start to get dew points in the 60s around here, that is better feeling air. When you're in the 70s or above, that's still relatively muggy. And we still have a lot of 70s on the map here, but the drier air is going to slowly be making its way in. That'll be the story through today. So it'll be a transition today. Tonight's dry and cool. Tomorrow's nice and dry, but still pretty warm. So not going to see any colder air, but we'll be looking at the drier weather. 88 today to 89 to maybe a 90-degree temperature. Lots of sunshine, and the dry air continues to increase through today. Tonight's going to be lovely. 61 on the North Shore, 71 south of the lake, and that'll be with the dry air. So there'll be, honestly, I think on the North Shore, you're going to wake up tomorrow and think, a little chill in the air, so something to look forward to. Lots of sunshine tomorrow, still warm in the afternoon, and then Saturday about 90, still dry though. It's not until Sunday we do have our rain chances back in the forecast. Eric.
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. If there's any good news that came out of Hurricane Ida, it did show that the levees both in Orleans and Jefferson parishes did stand strong. Now officials are taking a closer look to see if any improvements need to be made before the next storm hits. Duke Carter has been out checking that all morning long and has more on that out by the lakefront. Duke?
Hey, good morning, Eric. Yeah, leaders with the Southeast Flood Protection Authority say that they have teams inspecting the levees just to find out where they can improve to make sure they're ready for the next storm. And so they say each storm is different. Ida did not bring as much storm surge as Katrina, but again, they just want to make sure that people know that the levees did hold up. And so the regional director for the Southeast Flood Protection Authority East says the organization oversees nearly 200 miles of levees, as well as flood walls, floodgates, and pumping stations that protects both Orleans and Jefferson parishes. And so after the storm hit, contractors now are to remove the debris from the levees to ensure they are functioning properly. And while contractors do that, leaders with the organization say they are now assessing to make sure the levee protection system is better for the next storm that could have an impact in the area.
We've gone out and done assessments. We will be finishing up those assessments today along with CPRA. We have found no damage to the levees, which is great news.
Doesn't look like any damage on it. I think it's doing its job.
And so leaders have now said that all of the floodgates and flood walls have reopened, and now the next step is to assess to find out they are ready for the next storm. For now, though, reporting, Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
All right, Duke, thank you very much. In St. Charles Parish, people waited in line to get a chance to talk to FEMA agents about getting help after Hurricane Ida. According to a FEMA spokesperson, there, close to $200 million in grant money has been approved for those affected, and that number could go even higher. Right now, 95% of St. Charles Parish is still without electricity. According to Entergy, power won't likely be restored to a good part of the parish until the end of the month. We have a scam warning for business owners who are looking for financial help after Hurricane Ida. The Better Business Bureau says scammers are calling businesses, emailing and texting people claiming to be with FEMA or some other governmental agency. The scammer then says the business has been approved for a grant, but they ask you to buy a $250 Walmart cash card. That is the dead giveaway. It's a scam. Remember, you will never pay for a free government grant. If this does happen, you should block the call and then report that number to the Better Business Bureau or to the federal government. All morning long, we've been showing you the very important work going on here in our hometown. WWL-TV has teamed up with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to make sure that the people who were affected the most by Hurricane Ida are getting the supplies they need. Sheba's been out all morning long in Arabi. It's at one of 3 locations that are doing a giveaway, and you were talking about, you know, the items that are being given away there. Is it the same at each one of the locations?
I believe so, Eric, but that's why I asked earlier if someone was looking for a specific item and it was listed as being here, but it was not, like they mentioned that they had baby formula. When I actually looked at the boxes, they didn't have it here. So I asked if someone wants an item that is not here. The United Way has partnered with 211, which is great. So all you do is call 211, say I'm looking for instance, baby formula, and they make sure they direct you to where that is available. So that's probably the best way to access what you need. What they actually have in the boxes here today, we can show you again, is water is really the main thing. They have bottled water, canned water, because you got to remember, so many people have been without power and essential supplies for 9 or 10 days. Even some folks who hunkered down for this storm ran out of water at this point. You've also got things like baby diapers, batteries. It's really just all of the essential needs. And as you mentioned, this is just one of the locations. You've got 2 others, Tangipahoa Parish and Plaquemines. You can get the exact addresses on our website at WWLTV.com. And we should show you again, if you're coming down St. Claude, earlier this morning, this is where that line was. And Eric, you know, we spoke with several people who were lined up 2 or 3 hours before this happened. And it was folks who, as we mentioned, had been without power for 9 or 10 days, evacuated, have come back, are trying to restart, and they literally don't have things like bottled water. So that's why they're lined up here this morning, because again, this site still doesn't open for about 15 minutes. It opens at 10 o'clock this morning, but that line has been rerouted around the corner. The sheriff's office came in and said that traffic was backed up all the way into St. Bernard Parish, which just shows you the need, Eric, of how many people need these basic things. I should also say in this box, they have cleaning supplies and tarps, which we know roof damage was a major issue with Ida.
Yeah, and Sheba, they're not even actually open till 10 o'clock this morning, so there's still about a 17-minute wait.
Yeah, that is the thing. We came out here at 8 o'clock, and you know, there were 7 or 8 cars in line. There's lots more than that now. Again, that traffic was backed up into St. Bernard Parish. But I spoke with a few of the folks asking why they came out so early. First of all, they had heard that the United Way had these other distribution sites. Yesterday, they had 2, and they were packed. So they figured if they needed things, they had to get here early to get them, and they were exactly right. We're showing you some more of the stuff in the boxes this morning. And again, just really essentials to get people kicked off on this road to recovery. We also spoke with Legal Services of Southeast Louisiana about the struggles that people go through. They're getting so many calls with people who need help filling out FEMA applications, people who are fighting with their landlords because they're trying to evict them while they were evacuated. So Eric, you know this process, a long road ahead, even for people with insurance, even for people getting help from FEMA. It's always more complicated than it looks.
Yeah, all right, Sheba, thank you very much. Right now, 9:44. Let's get over to Peyton.
All right, we're back here and we're talking about this front moving in with some drier air. And we were just showing Duke out at the lakefront. It's a little breezy out there, and that is a good sign. That means that north wind has kicked in. That means the faster the wind goes, the faster that drier air is going to get here, and it's on its way. We're gusting to 17 at the lakefront, and most places aren't too terribly gusty. So this is not your October, November cold front where the winds are gusting 30, 50 miles an hour, but more of a slow process. So that dry air, it's going to work its way in through the day. It's not going to be a terribly quick process, but it's happening, I promise. Dew points are already dropping, and they'll be in the 60s later on this afternoon, and then they're going to stay in the low 60s to even the upper 50s as we go into tonight, tomorrow, parts of Saturday, and dew points in the 50s and 60s around here. That is some nice dry air, which means it's going to feel more comfortable. It's also going to allow those temperatures to really drop tonight. Low 60s on the North Shore. I would not be surprised if one or two of our locations drops into around 59 degrees, especially in any of our basins closer to the river where it's a little bit lower. It's usually a hair cooler down there. So that's possible. Low to mid 60s in the river and bayou parishes, and then in New Orleans, they get about 70 to 71 in the metro. Now, as you get further and further away from the metro, that's when you're more likely to see some 60s. So maybe a 68 down there in Belle Chase. Same thing Saturday morning. So you get 2 mornings of beautiful weather and dry weather. So we're dry through Saturday. Sunday, though, rain's back. Monday, we'll have some rain chances as well. And that's thanks to what's going on out in the tropics. Big area of moisture with this tropical wave down in the Caribbean. It's going to lift into the southwestern Gulf, has a low chance of development, but really we're not expecting direct impacts from it right now, other than some moisture coming up from the Gulf from that tropical wave. So the dry air here is here through Saturday. Sunday, there's the moisture. It returns along with the rain chances. So I do hope you enjoy the next 3 days. The overnight hours tonight and Saturday morning are just going to be phenomenal with low humidity and cold temperatures, especially away from the lake. As we go into Saturday, still pretty good, but a warm afternoon. And then Sunday, the moisture's back along with the humidity and a little bit of rain.
We have been getting updates from parishes about when schools will be open up again. In St. James, schools will be closed through next Friday, September the 17th. A lot of the buildings in St. James saw significant damage. There isn't a firm reopening date yet. In St. Tammany Parish, schools will be opening on Monday. It's this coming Monday, September the 13th. All schools will operate under a normal schedule in St. Tammany. Today in Chalmette, volunteers will be handing out water, ice, and ready-to-eat meals to people who need them. The event is starting this afternoon at the Nunez Community College. In addition to the supplies, the school is letting people use their library to charge their devices or use a computer, get the Wi-Fi there. The library will be open. It's opened at 9 and it'll stay open till 3 this afternoon. Louisiana's Insurance Commissioner Jim Donelon has issued an order requiring insurers to pay for evacuation expenses for people who fled the storm. So if you did evacuate for the storm, you should be reimbursed the cost, including hotel stays. Several insurers have voluntarily complied with the commissioner's initial request, but a number of them, including State Farm, have not. Insurers can still challenge the order. You're encouraged to still register for FEMA assistance just in case. Now that power has been restored to the French Quarter, a number of restaurants are pretty anxious to get their doors open again. Unfortunately, they won't have a lot of tourists in town. Several business owners we talked to say that they were quick to put out their open signs as a sign of perseverance.
It's a sense of normalcy because you're getting back to doing what you do.
It's been lovely. I'm not saying it's not difficult. It gives you a lot of hope for the future.
It is nice seeing businesses open again. The city's Office of Business and External Services is now asking residents and business owners to remove any plywood or other window coverings installed for the hurricane from their homes and other buildings. With more people getting power, that means more businesses are opening back up. You can find a detailed list on our website, WWLTV.com, under Open NOLA, the Open NOLA headline. It's good to know which businesses are open, especially if you're looking for anything these days. All right, we'll be right back after the break.
All right, 9:53 here, and we've been looking back at the data and all these storms we've seen in Louisiana, and it has just been an unbelievable 2020 and 2021. Now, you might remember last year, all of our storms, Zeta, Cristobal, Marco, Sally, Laura, Delta, that was last year. This year, of course, Ida. But you may have forgotten we had Claudette. That was back in June, and it was that weird system that actually became a tropical storm once it was near the city and on the North Shore. But it's just been an unbelievable year for past 2 years for Louisiana. And a lot of this has happened within about the past 12 to 13 months or so. So it's been a lot, and we need a break, but you know, we are still in the peak of hurricane season. This is just telling of that. Look at all this. I mean, nothing is an immediate threat to us. That's the great news, but we still have Larry, a Cat 2, Mindy's a depression moving out into the Atlantic. Area to watch down in the Caribbean. That's going to bring us some moisture, it looks like, by Sunday and Monday, but it just doesn't look like this thing's going to organize into much for us, but we'll probably see at least some rainfall. Big pocket of moisture extending through a big chunk of the Caribbean here with it. It's moving northwest. It'll have a low chance of spinning up down here in the southern part of the Gulf of Mexico and then either moving into Mexico or Texas. But some of that moisture is going to get pulled up to us, so that'll increase our rain chances by about Sunday. So what is steering that disturbance? There's high pressure. This ridge is building on in here, and that's what's going to steer it to Mexico and either up towards Texas or Mexico as it rounds the edge of that high pressure. So that's why it should block it from ever getting to us, but it's not going to block all the moisture from getting to us. So we will see our rain chances increase really through early next week, and it'll stick around for some time. So yes, there's a tropical disturbance out here. Concern level with it very, very low, but it could bring us a little bit of rainfall as we go into next week. So there's your next 3 days. That's the best forecast, 3-day forecast I've had in quite some time. Lots of dry air. The dry air is already moving in. Unfortunately, it's not colder air, so we'll still be warm in the afternoons, but with the lower humidity, it's not going to feel too bad. The overnight hours are that's what's going to be so nice. Tonight, it'll be nice and cool on the North Shore. South Shore will be in the low 70s, and same thing Saturday morning. Eric.
All right, Peyton. All this morning long, we've been getting out to St. Bernard and in Araby with Sheba, who's been at one of the Louisiana giveaway sites with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana and their program to help folks who need supplies get them. And it should be opening in about 5 minutes, Sheba.
They are getting all lined up and finally ready to start distributing these supplies. Volunteers with the United Way have been getting things organized for hours this morning. Folks have been lined up for hours this morning, so much so that the traffic was backed up on St. Claude going into St. Bernard Parish, and they had to move that line back around the building. But we wanted to speak one more time with Michelle Payne with the United Way to talk about the efforts here today and how beautiful it is to see all these volunteers come together to make this happen.
Absolutely. We have volunteers through our community partners. We have, honestly, people that just live in this neighborhood. I actually just had a woman walk up saying, can I help volunteer? I mean, yesterday we were out in Jefferson. We had the same thing. A lady who was actually in line got out of her car and said, can I help volunteer? And she was in tears when we were able to then give her stuff in return. So it's just a great story, yeah.
We've been out here for 2 hours now. We've spoken with some of the folks in line who say simple things like they evacuated, but it's been 10 days without power. They're out of things like drinking water.
Absolutely. So we have a lot of water out here. We're continuing to get supplies in from a lot of our partner agencies. You know, Walmart has been wonderful. Target has been great. So we've been trying to get supplies as much as we can into the community.
And you told me that crucial number you can call is 211 if you show up to one of these sites and they don't have a supply that you need.
Yes, 211 is a fantastic resource. I highly encourage anyone to use it for anything, not just supplies, but any sort of, even things like mental health or areas that people might be suffering with right now. Call 211. They can connect you with a local resource to help you out.
All right, Michelle, you and the United Way of Southeast Louisiana doing such amazing things for our community. We know we have a long road ahead to recovery. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And guys, we'll show you one more time these supplies. As you can see, volunteers are getting ready to start handing those out to the long line of cars that have been waiting hours this morning for these. We are at the Community Center of St. Bernard. If you want to come here, this is one of 3 sites today. They also have sites in Plaquemines and Tangipahoa parishes. We'll have those addresses on our website at wwltv.com. And remember, you can always donate or volunteer, or you can give money. There's many ways to help. Just head over to our website, wwltv.com. We have partnered with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to help in this effort. And we're happy to do that, Eric, because we've spoken with the people this morning. We know people are in need, and we're happy to be a small part of that help.
And right now, how long is that line? Because they've moved it away from the street right in front of you.
They did. They moved it off St. Claude because it was backing up all the way into St. Bernard. So what you see here is all that we can see. I spoke with the sheriff, one of the sheriff's deputies, who said that they put the line down LeBeau Street. So it's very long. We can't even see the end of it, Eric.
Well, it opens in a couple of minutes. So thank you very much, Sheba, and thank you folks for watching. I hope you have a great day. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Good morning, beautiful people, and thank you so much for joining us on this brand new episode of Great Day Louisiana. I'm your host, Malik Mingo. Happy Friday. We made it to the weekend. It is July 16, 2021, and I hope you all are really ready for a brand new episode today. But before we get started on what we have on today's episode, I want to remind you all about something special we are doing here on the show. Great